Yeah.
Posted it today, 75,000.
Ready?
Where'd you stay?
Ready?
We always stay there at Charter Plus from the
I know.
wall to the look.
Okay, I have that at 6:45. We will call order.
Sorry.
That's okay. All right, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Supervisors of Montgomery County, Virginia hereby enters into a closed meeting for the purpose of discussing the following. Section 2.2-3711. 1, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or a resignation of specific officers, appointees, or employees of any public body. 1, adjustment and appeals board. 2, county administrator evaluation. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Mr. Fidzikowski?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Into closed meeting. All right, to have a motion to come out of closed meeting.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Ms. Fidzikowski?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Certification of closed meeting. Whereas the Board of Supervisors of Montgomery County has conveyed a closed meeting on this date pursuant to the affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Montgomery County, Virginia hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification resolution applies, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion conveying the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Ms. Fidzikowski?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Thank you. At this time, I'd ask of our County Administrator, Mr. Meadows, if you'll lead us in a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance.
If you're able, please rise for a moment of silence, and then I'll lead us in the pledge. Let us pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
All right. We have several public hearings tonight. The first one is FY 22-23, a budget amendment. This is a public hearing, will allow citizens input on the FY 23 school operating budget carryover balance of $863,710, school health insurance fund of $997,941, a school endowment fund of $992,100, and school purchase carryover balances of $3,259,808. Carryover school nutrition purchase order balances of $699,372. I do not have anyone signed up for this public hearing, but if any citizen would like to come forward to speak on this public hearing, you can come forward and you have 4 minutes to speak. You say your name and your address. Seeing no one come forward, we will close that public hearing. Second public hearing, special use permit, John and Stacy Lloyd, contractor storage yard. Mr. Sanders? Good evening.
Thank you, Chair Blevins, and good evening, Board. It's good to be with you this evening. As the Chair mentioned, we do have a request this evening for a contractor storage yard special use permit. To orient you, the property is located in the northern portion of the county, just outside the town limits of the town of Blacksburg. This is Coalbank Hollow Road, and this is South Jefferson Forest Lane, and the property is located at that intersection. Here's an aerial map to better orient you. Again, this is Coalbank Hollow Road. This is South Jefferson Forest Lane. And this is Batts Road, which is a private road that runs through the property and accesses these 3 single-family residences further up the drive. This is your zoning map to the right that shows you that the parcel is currently zoned A1 agricultural, and the surrounding properties are also zoned A1. We do have some residential zone property in the vicinity as well. So this special use permit resulted from a zoning complaint that we received that 3 tree service vehicles were being parked on the property. When we contacted the property owner, they were unaware that that use required a special use permit. And they did contact Spicer Olin and Associates to work with them to submit an SUP application after learning that it was required. So they were currently storing work vehicles for the tree service as well as the tow-behind attachments on the property in a gravel parking area. The current parcel is vacant and is mostly forested, and we've got some photos to show you that vegetation here in just a moment. Also on the property is the Shaver Family Cemetery, and then Batts Road, as I mentioned, runs through the property connecting those single-family dwellings out to Coalbank Hollow Road. The request is to allow those vehicles and equipment used by tech tree experts to be stored on the site when not on job sites. The applicant has stated that no more than 3 company vehicles with trailers and equipment would be parked on the site at any time. The way this would work is that the employees would drive their personal vehicles to the site each morning, switch their vehicle for a work vehicle, and at the end of the day, bring the work vehicles back to be stored overnight and then take their personal vehicles home. The applicant is proposing no outdoor storage of materials, and their typical hours of operation are 8 to 6:30 Monday through Friday. We did receive a concept plan in the initial application that was revised prior to the public hearing. I'll point those out to you in just a moment. So in our ordinance, a contractor storage yard is defined as an area used for the storage of equipment and/or materials used for providing construction-related contracting services, including but not limited to flooring, heating, plumbing, roofing, landscaping, and excavation. So here are those concept plans. The one here on the left was the one that was originally submitted on 6/21/23. You can see here that the parking area was actually denoted here closer to Batts Road. However, the applicant's intention was never to use Batts Road, and in the narrative that was posted with the application, Batts Road was never mentioned as an access. We had sent some supplemental questions to the applicant prior to 7/12, and that's when we received the updated contract drawing to the concept plan to show where the parking area would actually be located off South Jefferson Forest Lane. This was the concept plan that was used by the Planning Commission in their evaluation. So here are some site images for you. I added some labels to help with clarity, but this is Coalbank Hollow Road. If you're familiar with the convenience site that's located on Coalbank Hollow, it is right here just off the page. And then this is South Jefferson Forest Lane that goes up to the Preston Forest subdivision. This is the existing right-of-way that was being utilized prior to the SUP application and is being proposed by the applicant as their access. And you can see here in the clearing that gravel area that they've been utilizing for parking. This is Batts Road, and you can see how it curves up to go to those residences. This is sort of an overhead view, and again, we thank the Public Information Office for the use of the drone. It really helps to give some context with these photos. So this is the parking area here, and then you can see the cemetery is also on the property. The access is actually behind the Preston Forest subdivision sign, but again, that is a 50-foot right-of-way that is non-conditional for use. And then there's the fenced area showing the cemetery there. The applicant did reach out to the family, and they had no opposition to the special use permit. They just asked that the right-of-way and the parking to access the cemetery would be maintained, and the applicant has done that. This is a better image of that right-of-way as it connects out to South Jefferson Forest Lane. You can see again how wooded the area is, so that provides a good deal of screening for the vehicles when they're parked on site. And this is images looking on South Jefferson Forest Lane. You can see our public hearing sign that was placed on the property here. This is looking back up toward the Preston Forest subdivision, and then this is looking down toward the intersection of South Jefferson Forest Lane and Coalbank Hollow Road with the entrance to the convenience center there. So when we were evaluating the impacts, the proposed contractor storage yard would utilize that existing access easement connecting to South Jefferson Forest Lane. That intersection is located approximately 350 feet north of the intersection with Coalbank Hollow Road. The applicant has stated that the daily traffic generated by the project site would typically be, again, between 8:30 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday through Friday as the company's trucks come to and from the site. South Jefferson Forest Lane is a state-maintained paved road with a right-of-way width of 50 feet. VDOT reviewed the application and provided comments related to the proposed entrance. They took no exception to the entrances as proposed. In their evaluation, VDOT looked at both Batts Road and South Jefferson Forest Lane in their evaluation. The average daily trips on South Jefferson Forest Lane are 370 vehicle trips per day, and the additional traffic that's generated by this use did not warrant a traffic impact analysis. There are no environmental or stormwater measures that are needed on the property at this time. Of course, any change would be evaluated at that point. There are no jurisdictional or ephemeral streams on the property. There is no proposal to remove any existing vegetation, and the applicant, if they chose to change the contractor storage yard in any way, they would have to come back and amend their special use permit. Limited noise is expected to come from the contractor vehicles or the employee vehicles on the site. It's located within the center of that very forested parcel, providing additional visual and noise buffer for the adjacent properties. And then the applicant has stated that they will add additional vegetation along South Jefferson Forest Road to assist in that screening. The area is located within an area designated as residential transition in the comprehensive plan. And there is your land use goal talking about the residential transition section. It should be noted that any uses in residential transition should be compatible with adjacent development in terms of scale and density. So when we evaluated the application in our analysis, it does provide a viable use for an existing vacant lot outside the town of Blacksburg. The project does not place any additional burdens on infrastructure as there are no water and sewer needs. The improvements to the right-of-way and the parking area do benefit the adjacent family cemetery. The use generates minimal traffic along South Jefferson Forest Lane, and as I mentioned, VDOT did evaluate both entrances for sight distance. The speed limit on South Jefferson Forest Lane is 25 miles per hour, and on Coalbank Hollow, it's 40 miles per hour. The proposed use does generate limited impacts on surrounding properties for the storage of equipment and vehicles located behind that vegetative buffer, and that, as I mentioned, will be supplemented by additional plantings to decrease the visibility. The applicant has proposed no lighting for the site. The use as a contractor storage yard is supported in the A1 zoning district by special use permit, and the proposed conditions that were drafted by staff and the Planning Commission mitigate the impacts on surrounding properties. The limited scale of the proposed development with no structures and a limited number of vehicles is compatible with surrounding development. The limited impacts and site changes do allow for future development of the parcel for residential use in the future if the applicant so chose. The proposed business would support the growing landscaping industry in Montgomery County, which continues to see increased demand with residential and commercial development. And the use would allow further development and expansion of a local business supporting jobs in the county. The Planning Commission held its public hearing on August the 9th and recommended approval on an 8-1 vote. We did have 3 members of the public who spoke at that public hearing. 1 member of the public was in favor of the application. 1 stated concerns about additional traffic and sightline, and 1 felt that the use did not align with the comprehensive plan. As part of the discussion with the Planning Commission, 3 additional conditions were added to the application, and I'll point those out to you. So the conditions for approval were the site shall be developed in general conformance with the submitted concept sketch submitted to staff on July 12, 2023. A basic site plan addressing zoning conformance with landscaping, screening, parking, and other requirements shall be approved prior to the issuance of any county permits. Typical hours of operations shall be 8 to 6:30, Monday through Friday. No exterior lighting shall be installed on the property. That condition was added by the Planning Commission. The contractor storage yard shall not be open to the public and shall create no exterior impacts, including noise, vibration, glare, odors, or electrical interference. Equipment and vehicles stored on the property shall be in good working condition at all times. Equipment and vehicles shall be parked or stored outside of the access easement serving the cemetery at all times. Any outdoor storage shall be screened from view of adjacent properties, and again, that's talking about the equipment and the vehicles themselves. The next condition was added by the Planning Commission. There shall be no outdoor storage of materials on the site. And the last condition, storage on site shall be limited to no more than 3 vehicles and 3 tow-behind attachments. And again, that was after discussion with the applicant about what their needs were, but the Planning Commission wanting to ensure that there was a limitation. Adjoining property owners were notified in accordance with county and state code. A public hearing sign was placed on the property near the right-of-way off South Jefferson Forest Lane. Legal ads were run in the News Messenger. We have received several inquiries related to this request, and most of that correspondence was passed on to you from the Planning Commission. I know you've received additional documentation since your packets went out, and we may have folks in the audience who want to provide additional comment this evening. At this time, I'll take any questions that you have. The applicant and his agent are also here this evening if you have questions for them.
Thank you, Justin. All right, we'll go around the room. We'll start off with Supervisor Bone.
Thank you, Justin.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea how long they've been parking there without being aware of it not being allowed?
I am not sure how long it was in operation. I know we received the zoning complaint approximately a month and a half before we received the special use permit application. So that would have been in late April, early May.
And is there any way that we can ask them to put more buffering between the road and their parking?
You can impose any additional conditions that the board sees fit. Yes, ma'am.
So if you go back a slide or two, I'm not quite sure where it was, but it was recent. One more. Number 8, any outdoor storage shall be screened from view of adjacent properties. Does that include the road or no?
Yes, ma'am. So the additional buffering that they proposed on their concept plan is along South Jefferson Forest, and we would consider that buffering as part of the review of the site plan.
And can you explain what that was in the SUP?
Yes,
proposal?
ma'am. So they had said they were going to do evergreens along that line because there's also evergreen trees already existing there. But I will defer to the applicant on the types of plantings they're looking at.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor DeMotts.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I do have a question, and this may seem kind of a silly question, but just for clarifying. If the vehicles were not business vehicles, if it was somebody's, say, a personal truck, their RV, would they be able to park there?
Yes, ma'am. If they were personal use vehicles, they would not be restricted. It's the business use that triggers the contractor storage yard requirement.
Okay, that's the only question I had. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Supervisor Fidzikowski.
One of the pictures you showed, it was looking back from Coal Bank towards the entrance. There was a large evergreen tree right there at the edge of the road. VDOT was okay with that one?
That was
There
not
it is.
mentioned in their
Back up.
evaluation.
The
on going
last
forward.
picture there.
There.
Yeah, the one on the right, yeah.
Yeah, that was not mentioned in their evaluation when they looked at site distance.
All right, and where would the first residence be on South Jefferson?
Go back to the
going
aerial
up.
map. Try to zoom here if I can. Believe the closest residence is here.
Okay. All right, and there was some issue with the fact that after you all had your first hearing, that the entrance location was changed. What,
Right. So
Did
what
that
was
trigger-
referenced there is these concept plans. Again, this was the concept plan that was originally included in the application. As often happens during the development of a project, that concept plan changed. So the concept plan that was submitted to the Planning Commission was the one here on the right. It seems that there was an error that updated application was not added to the website. But again, in staff's evaluation of the application and in Planning Commission's review, it was the concept plan that you're seeing this evening that was evaluated.
okay, so that doesn't trigger another public hearing?
No, sir. The parcel itself did not change, and when we grant a special use permit, we grant it for the entire parcel, not a portion of the parcel.
Thank you.
Supervisor King.
Just to elaborate on what Supervisor Steve said, the emails that we got was concerned about because the entrance changed. And that's the majority of the emails that I have received.
Right. So again, with the original application that was submitted with the narrative and throughout the entire process of working with staff, South Jefferson Forest Lane was always the point of access. When we advertised the property, it referenced the intersection of Batts Road and Coal Bank Hollow Road, just to identify the location of the parcel. It was never a question of it being accessed off of Batts Road.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Biggs.
My question is for the folks that are coming out of the subdivision and trucks are pulling out onto that road, like VDOT thinks it's safe.
Yes, ma'am. They evaluated site distance. They evaluate that based on speed, based on, again, the ability to see left and right. And VDOT had no issue with them utilizing that intersection as their access. I did want to point out, again, the speed limits. It is lower on South Jefferson Forest than it is on Coal Bank Hollow. I am not a transportation engineer. I can just point out the differences in the speed limits.
So there are no blind spots, so it wouldn't cause a problem with anything?
Again, not in VDOT's evaluation. Those were not identified.
Okay. Thanks.
Justin, thank you for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
presentation. Going back on where the list of the screenings,
Yes, ma'am.
I think it was number 8, does that, I think you said this, but make sure I'm clear, for the any outside outdoor storage shall be screened, that includes the vehicles themselves?
Yes, ma'am. So condition 8 references the vehicles and the pulled behind attachments. There was a concern by the members of the Planning Commission that due to the nature of the business, they might want to store mulch or some other landscaping material on the site. So that's where Prohibition 9 came from, is that no materials would be stored on the site.
And it is the commission's recommendation that no more than 3 vehicles with their necessary attachments would be at that lot?
That's correct, yes, ma'am. So that would be 3 vehicles and then 3 pull behind attachments. No additional equipment would be stored on the site.
And to go back with Supervisor DeMont's comment, so if that was something that they said was for, the attachment would have been a private use instead of for a commercial use, that would have been legal for them to keep
If they
it
were
on?
personal vehicles that were being parked on the property, that would not trigger the need for a contractor storage yard.
Okay, all right, very good. Any other follow-ups? Supervisor Bunn?
How many personal vehicles could be stored on a parcel like that, if that were the case?
Oh, that would, so as long as they were operable, I don't believe there would be a limitation because it would trigger, if they were inoperable, that would be considered an automobile graveyard, but as long as they were operable and used for residential use, there's not a
As long as
limit.
they're not commercial in nature, like a parking, place where people would pay to park. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other follow-ups? Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. I do not have anyone sign up for this public hearing, but if any citizen would like to come forward, you have 4 minutes to address the board. Please state your name and address.
Good evening. I'm Ben Snodgrass with Spicer Olin and Associates, and I represent the applicant. First of all, to address the question about the length of time, it was about 9 to 10 months that the vehicles were stored there at the property from approximately July of 2022 until approximately April of 2023. It was April 19th, I believe, that our client received that notification, and he subsequently discontinued use of the property in that manner. Also regarding screening, our client proposes planting there on the inside of the property, 2 rows of 5 evergreen trees 10 feet apart. They would be approximately 4 to 6 feet in height and planted, and the type would be green, giant Leland cypress, arborvitae, white pine, and or eastern red cedar. Also, I wanted to mention and wanted to read a couple of statements. The manager of the cemetery, Ms. Rebecca Steck, has worked with Mr. Lloyd, and she is in favor of his proposal, and they've worked closely together throughout this time. She says, "I'm the Shaver family representative who has maintained our family graveyard for over 2 decades. I've been extremely happy with John Lloyd's care and respect for my family's graveyard since he acquired the property. I've witnessed improvements and maintenance throughout the property, removing at-risk trees, clearing old brush, and mowing. All of this has enhanced the appearance of the property surrounding the graveyard while I work to mow and remove leaves within the fenced area. Every family member I talk to is very pleased with his stewardship. We value him as a good neighbor." Also, Bill Dooley, who lives at 4793 Preston Forest Drive in Blacksburg, who's the former president of the Preston Forest Homeowners Association, which is nearby, made this statement. I'm going to read part of it. Over the years, Tech Tree Services has removed numerous trees and debris from my lot and other Preston Forest residents to improve our neighborhood and reduce damages in the event of a forest fire. I see no negative effects to the Preston Forest neighborhood as a result of the intended usage regarding parking the vehicles on the property. With that, I cede my time to you all. If you all have any questions, I make myself available.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
If anyone else would like to come forward on this public hearing? Seeing no one come forward, we will close this public hearing. There will be no action tonight on this item. Moving on to the next special use permit, Primo Con DBA Woco Contractor Service Establishment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to orient you for this property, you all are very familiar. This is the former Shawsville Volunteer Rescue Squad located on Roanoke Road in the Shawsville Village. Here's an aerial view of the property. It actually consists of 4 different parcels with the existing structures there. I do want to point out the floodway that runs through the property. That does impact some of the development, and I'll point that out to you momentarily. Here's the zoning map for the area. Everything in orange here is zone general business. You can also see that we have some residential zoning around with agricultural zoning constituting the rest of the map. PrimoCon, which does business as Waco Incorporated, recently purchased the former Shawsville Volunteer Rescue Squad property. As you all are well aware, the rescue squad disbanded and the property was liquidated, and now rescue services are provided by the county. Waco is headquartered in Richmond and has 9 locations, including one in Christiansburg, which, if approved, will relocate to this location, and they employ 8 to 12 full-time employees. Waco is a contracting firm that provides mechanical and specialty construction services. The property is, again, zoned general business. A contractor service establishment is allowed by a special use permit in this zoning district. Those 4 parcels comprise 1.547 total acres, and there are 2 existing structures on the property. The metal warehouse building, which is addressed as 6604 Roanoke Road. They are proposing no interior improvements to that structure, and they would be utilizing that for equipment and material storage with no outdoor storage. The 2-story brick building, addressed as 6620 Roanoke Road, would be renovated on the first floor to include offices, a conference room, a reception area, and a file room. There are no renovations proposed to the second floor at this time. Exterior renovations would include the removal of the garage door and installation of commercial storefront windows and an entry and exit door. There is existing parking on the site and drive aisles, and then there is also an accessory structure on the property. As a contractor service establishment, it differs in that, again, there is no outdoor storage of materials that is prohibited, or the outdoor storage is prohibited on the site. In evaluating the impacts, the estimated traffic generation is 74 additional daily trips, with 15 trips during the afternoon peak hour. That did not reach the threshold of requiring a traffic impact analysis. The site would be accessed by employee vehicles, service vehicles, and customers. There are 2 existing commercial entrances to the site. Both would still be used and are connected by that paved drive aisle. Parking will be striped for 15 parking spaces, including 1 ADA accessible space, and VDOT in their evaluation took no exception to the approval of the use. There is no anticipated increase in usage or output on public water and sewer. As I mentioned, the property is largely located within the flood hazard and floodway area. Both structures are partially within that flood hazard area, which limits the amount of improvements that can be done on the site per FEMA guidelines. So the improvements are estimated to be 50% of the assessed value of each structure. There is a natural existing buffer on a portion of the site. They will, however, add additional landscaping, but again, because of that floodway designation, additional landscaping on the site will be limited. There is no increase in noise that's anticipated. They are proposing additional lighting on the site, but that would have to meet dark sky friendly standards. They are also proposing the addition of a security fence and gate that would prevent unauthorized vehicles from entering the rear of the property. That security fence will be seen from Roanoke Road, and it will be installed per FEMA regulations. Here are some images of the site. You can see this is that western entrance showing the distance between the two existing structures, and then you can see that existing landscape buffer along the creek area there. This is that warehouse building. Again, there's no proposed renovations for this structure. It will be used for storage and equipment materials. And then this is the rear of that structure. This is the area that they'll be looking to secure with the security fencing. And this is the other building. Again, the removal of the garage doors on the front of the building and adding commercial storefront windows, as well as an entry and exit door on the first floor with, again, no proposed renovations on the second floor. Here's the entrance at 6604 showing that crossover with Route 11 Roanoke Road. And then this is that western border. This is a single-family residential dwelling. Because of the difference in use type, they will be required to do a Type 3 landscape buffer, and there is also security fencing proposed on this property boundary. So this is showing your existing conditions on the site. Again, the two structures here, you can see the two entrances onto the property. Again, there is an accessory building on the property here in the rear. And then again, you can see sort of the contour of the creek there as it goes through, and then that existing buffer with other properties. Again, another view of the existing conditions on site. And then this is their master plan. Again, you can see the parking that's going to be added in the rear there for vehicles. You can see the security fence here around that western property boundary and here along the front. Again, because of that floodway area, the security fence does have to stop. It cannot be built within that area, so that's the reason you see that break in the fence at that location. Some additional parking here between the two structures. So here is a floor plan of the proposed renovations. Again, offices, conference space, file rooms that will be constructed on that first floor area. You see here again the removal of those garage doors to do those commercial storefront windows. In the comprehensive plan, the area is located within the village expansion area and designated as civic in the Shawsville Village Plan. Staff did consult with the county attorney to determine if a comprehensive plan amendment would be required due to that civic land use. Marty did not believe that that was needed. Going forward, staff's intention in the next comprehensive plan is actually to remove civic as a land use in the villages due to the fact that in our zoning ordinance, public facilities are allowed in all zoning districts. Adjacent properties are designated as mixed use, medium density residential, and low density residential in the village plan. Here are your planning and land use goals, talking about the types of uses that we want to see in the village expansion areas and those mixed use areas. It does also meet an economic resource goal, talking about the growth of new and existing businesses within the county. In the Shawsville Village Plan, the reuse and revitalization of vacant properties is a goal as well, and encouraging that mixed use development within the village core. In our analysis, it was determined that the use provides a viable use for two existing vacant buildings in the Shawsville Village. It meets several comprehensive plan goals, has limited impacts on surrounding properties. There is no additional noise or traffic that is anticipated due to the change in use. It supports the growing construction industry in the county and promotes the development and expansion of existing business. The Planning Commission did express several concerns in their evaluation. The Planning Commission expressed concerns regarding the location of that security fence, ensuring that the existing gas tank would be disposed of properly, and a discrepancy with the address of one of the buildings. The Planning Commission did feel that staff could address those concerns through the site plan process, and that addressing discrepancy has been addressed with Planning and GIS. The Planning Commission met on August 9th and held their public hearing and unanimously recommended approval with conditions. We had no speakers present at the public hearing. Those conditions for approval: 1, the site shall be developed in general conformance with the submitted concept sketch dated July 3rd, 2023. Outdoor storage of materials is not allowed. A basic site plan addressing zoning conformance with landscaping, screening, parking, signage, and other requirements shall be approved prior to the issuance of any county permits. Hours of operation shall be 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday, with occasional Saturday and Sunday hours of 8 to 1. Any exterior lighting installed on the property shall be designed to prevent glare onto adjacent properties and comply with dark sky friendly standards. And equipment and vehicles stored on the property shall be in good working condition at all times. We did notify adjacent property owners in accordance with county and state code. A public hearing sign was placed on the property, legal ads run in the News Messenger, and we have received no questions or inquiries related to this parcel, but we may receive additional comments this evening. And with that, I will take your questions.
Thank you, Justin. We'll start off with Supervisor Fidzikowski.
I don't think I have any questions. It looks pretty cut and dry. Seems like a good fit for that building. And you mentioned we have several abandoned or semi-abandoned buildings in the Shawsville area, and it would be good to see them put back to use. So thank you for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Fidzikowski.
Supervisor King.
I just have one concern. Are they going to remove the Shawsville sign up on top of the building where it says Shawsville Ambulance?
I will defer to Mr. Simonis on the plans for anything that's on the building, but I would imagine that would probably be removed. I know the sign in front will obviously be changed out to reference the new tenant.
Right, I'm just concerned if that's left up there and somebody from out of town looks over there and...
Yeah, my understanding is that's going to be removed to avoid any confusion, but I'll defer to Steve on that when he comes forward.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor DeMotts.
Thank you for your presentation. I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bone.
No questions, thank you.
Vice Chair Biggs.
No questions, but thank you.
Thank you.
Justin, thank you for the presentation. I think it is a very good use, like Supervisor Fidzikowski said, to use that building. So no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. We do have Steve Simonis from Balzer & Associates representing the application if he would like to add anything else.
Yes, if you'll come forward. Thank you. Good evening, Steve.
Good evening. I had to stand up. I've got to earn my keep tonight. Thank you for your time. Steve Simonis with Balzer & Associates, 80 College Street. Justin did a great job with the presentation. Just wanted to let you guys know there will be a management company that'll be taking care of the grounds, mowing the grass, pushing the snow. We do have a dumpster planned in the rear of the site, back left-hand corner of the parking lot. That'll be screened per county standards. The signage on the building for Supervisor King, that will be removed. They will keep the sign location out front, as Justin mentioned, but we will change it to the Waco. And just to let everybody know, the comments we've received and our client have received as far as repurposing that building so quickly have all been positive. So thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Supervisors, any questions? Thank you, Steve, for being
Thank you.
here tonight. Thank you. All right. All right. At this time, I will open up the public hearing. I do not have anyone signed up for this public hearing, but if any citizen would like to come forward, you have 4 minutes to address the board. Please state your name and address. Seeing no one come forward, we will close this public hearing. Public address. Yes.
If I could just clarify real quickly on the Lloyd special use permit, you mentioned that the board will not be taking action on that, and it's not currently on the agenda. Reason being, it's always been the board's procedure or policy that when there's been opposition filed on a land use proposal, that the board does not take action the same day as the public hearing. Just to let the board know, I think I've mentioned before, but there was a state law change effective this July 1st that added language, unfortunately, that delays these actions now, where it says that an action has to be done within 14 days of the first notice appearing, which means we'll have to re-advertise the Lloyd special use permit. So it will not be at your next meeting, but it will be there at the last meeting in September.
Are there, will there be some changes for that?
It'll be advertised as you saw tonight, but it will have that most up-to-date plan.
Okay,
Yes,
with
right.
the road information there?
Correct.
So because we're not taking action tonight, we have to re-advertise and the applicant has to wait even longer?
It's got to wait 2 extra weeks, yeah.
I think one of the, although we did not have anyone that had public address,
Can we
think there
make
were
the
some
recommendation
concerns.
to vote today?
Yeah, you would have to add it to the agenda.
even though I made a public statement with some citizens
Yeah,
that we
she did
would
make
not.
that statement, correct.
And the reason, my main concern was how it was advertised with the road. Some
Don't
of it-
worry, I think because of that statement, we should wait so that everybody has a chance to communicate with us if they want to before we vote.
I don't think it was advertised incorrectly with the road. I think Mr. Sanders addressed that it was advertised with that being a point of reference, but it was not advertised with Batts Road being used to access it.
And we're not going to have another public hearing, or we wouldn't
We have to.
We would have a public hearing.
if we decided not to vote on it today.
Correct, yeah, we'd have to re-advertise and we'd hold a public hearing, but then take action that night.
But we wouldn't have to if we decided to vote today.
Correct, yeah, I think the advertising is fine, but, you could say that there was a little bit of confusion, I guess, in the plan, but I think what planning said was correct, that the SUP applies to the whole site, and it wasn't restricting it to that, so, but.
I'm okay to vote today if other people want to vote.
I would prefer to vote today to just not delay the applicant any longer from being able to either use his property or make other decisions about his property.
I'm just concerned because we had a couple in the back. As soon as she announced it, we
did.
wasn't going to take no action. They got up and left.
Correct.
That was the applicant and his attorney. We might be able to reach them and ask them to come back before we would get to it on the agenda.
And I told someone that called me today that we weren't voting on it because it wasn't on the agenda, and we had gotten some emails that were from people that were questioning things.
What is our tradition? Is it if people show up at our meeting or if people have negative comments in any platform?
If
So
there's
his-
any opposition to it.
Land use. So historically,
Any opposition?
historically, if there is opposition on a land use, traditionally, we don't vote on it that same night. And with that, that's why I made that statement. I apologize for making it too soon. And you're correct. It was advertised correction on my part, I misspoke. It was advertised correctly, but the misperception, or the perception, I should say, from the public was that because the road names were not advertised, the original concept had not South Jefferson, but Batts. And so that was in some of the emails I received, that was concerning, that it was perceived that it was not advertised correctly, and it was not on the agenda for action tonight.
And then just to give some history, the way we did these land use things was we would generally not have them on the agenda for approval the same night as public hearing. But then what was happening was board members would bring it up saying, hey, no one's spoken opposition. We haven't received any letters. Can we approve it tonight? And then we started, because it made really, there was no one in opposition. So we would then end up adding them to the agenda and approving them. And so then we said, okay, if there's no opposition at the planning commission level, that carries over to the board, then we would then put it on there. But this has carried over to the board because you've received, 3 or 4 letters of opposition. So that's why it was recommended that we not have it on the agenda. But
So then do we need to change the way that we schedule public hearings to?
it,
I feel like it's very unfortunate to bring the applicant and his attorney, who I'm sure is charging a nice hourly rate,
Right.
all the way back here to hear a decision that could possibly be made tonight. I'm just
But
sensitive
they're
to
gonna have,
that.
they're gonna have another
And now we have to have another public hearing.
Which isn't a problem. I mean, if that's the way that we
Yeah,
decide to
unfortunately,
go.
the state law changed, and the hope is it's going to get changed back, or because they claim that wasn't the intent, but if you read it, that's what it says. And if we don't follow that, then we're possibly opening up a challenge if we don't re-advertise it. So it's a 2-week delay than normal, but we'll let the applicant know.
Plus a public hearing where we could hear more dissent.
Yeah.
Mary, did the person say that they couldn't come tonight?
No, they were here in the audience and left. But see, we
And then
weren't gonna vote on it, so I don't know. I just feel bad because I said we weren't gonna vote on it because it wasn't on the agenda.
And
And
I
I knew
made
that
that
we'd have
public
some negative
statement.
emails.
And I made that statement because I didn't want people to wait all night long and then we didn't take any action. So, because it wasn't on the agenda and because I had some concerns with how it was perceived, even though it was not anything wrong with how it was advertised. I had 4 or 5 emails that had that same issue, wasn't it perceived as advertised correctly because of the road.
Because people wanted to know why you couldn't move it, why it couldn't be on Colback and Collar Road like it was originally advertised. That was the way they interpreted it, so I don't know.
Well, the applicant didn't think we was voting tonight anyway, did they?
I don't know. Did you get? No, he did not know, according to Justin over there.
Well,
So
I mean, we're good.
I think we're good. And I don't. If you made those comments, we really shouldn't take action.
But at some point in time, can we clarify, now that the law has changed, we should probably clarify that that's how we want to continue to do it, or because it's going to put an extra 2 weeks in.
Sure.
Put it on the agenda and then take it off if we need to, because another consideration, which I agree with Marty, that you should not vote tonight because of what has been discussed, but the applicant will also have to pay for the advertisement of the public hearing again. So that's an additional cost. The applicants pay for their advertisement of the public hearing.
So he's gonna have to pay to advertise another public hearing?
That is our current policy.
Wow.
Well, how much does that cost?
It doesn't matter how much it costs, it matters that it costs something.
$350.
No, $300 or $400.
$350.
Yeah,
So yeah, that matters a lot.
Oh, $300 to
$300 to
$400.
$400, yeah. So yeah, let's talk about it and just be crystal clear on how we proceed.
And that new state law too as well, because
Yeah.
it makes it, if
That needs to be
we don't take
changed.
action, we have to redo
Yeah, but
it.
it's not going to be changed.
My recommendation
soon.
going forward is when you have public hearings like this on the agenda, that under new business, you have action from those public hearings. And the board can very easily, if there's
Delay.
opposition, they can make a decision to table the action to a later meeting.
And if we tabled it to the following meeting, we couldn't, right? We'd have to re-advertise.
You'd be outside the 14
Yeah,
days. Yeah.
okay.
So the new regulation is after the public hearing, we must take action within the 14 days
Of the first notice,
of the first notice.
not the second one. Yeah. It's crazy. I have no idea why they did it.
Even though you may not have a board meeting.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's other localities have worse problems than us. Yeah. And also, there's other actions, not just land use, that this applies to as well, like bonds and things like that, where
Oh, gosh,
it could screw it all up.
that's not good.
It's not good at all. They're working on it. VACO's working on it. They were kind of involved in it.
Is the General Assembly working on it, though?
Can we put it in our legislative priorities, please?
So that brings up
I can tell you off the air what happened, but
And also, since it wasn't, so moving forward, what I'm hearing is any of these actions, we would leave under new business and then decide if we wanted not to do it. Because that brings up a factor that because we didn't advertise it on the agenda, maybe someone didn't show up because they thought we'd have another
Or
opportunity.
didn't communicate with us because they thought they had some other time, more time, yeah.
Good.
I wonder what that does to, in this specific case, I think about our planning staff who's going to have to inform the applicant that he's going to have to pony up another $300 to $400. And it's them that he's going to have a reaction with. I wonder, is there anything that we can do? Come on up, Justin.
Justin's
I
got a
feel-
plan.
Yeah.
So if I may, we are informing all of our applicants about the possibility of delay and what those implications would be. This also impacts if something is deferred at the Planning Commission, we would have to hold that over to another month's meeting to advertise it appropriately. So we are notifying applicants of that possibility. And we do also tell them that that would have that financial impact on them as well. And Mr. Lloyd was made aware that the board's policy is if public opposition was received at the meeting, that it would be deferred. So they were very well aware of what was the possibility this evening, and we are making sure that our applicants are informed appropriately about what those deferrals can mean for them. I will say from APA Virginia, I'm our section director for our region. This is a legislative priority for APA Virginia in the next session. So it is very much on the radar of our lobbyists at the General Assembly.
APA for,
American Planning Association, Virginia chapter.
thank you.
Can we vote to lower the second advertising fee by any chance at some point in time?
It would just be what the newspaper charges.
So it is direct billed from the newspaper. We receive the invoice from the newspaper and we pass that cost over to the applicant. I believe that would require a change in our fee schedule, which is at the board's discretion.
Is that some, I mean, do you think that the fee could be reduced based on what you know as far as the cost is concerned?
Maybe let us look at it.
Yeah.
That's the amount that we have to pay for the advertisement, but the board could decide that we're not passing that on to the applicants.
Any other discussion?
I just have a question. Did we ever decide about the buffering? Is there enough buffering in what was presented, or did we want to add more?
It sounds like enough to me.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
If we get some further complaints, that's something to discuss at least.
Okay.
Okay, everybody good? All right, public address. All right. I don't have anyone signed up for public address, but if anyone would like to come forward, they have 4 minutes to address the board. They'll state their name and address. All the speakers can speak individually or as a representative. Speakers may leave any written statements or comments to the supervisors with the board clerk. Speakers will be judged out of order should the speaker engage in any personal attacks, use profanity or abusive language, or debate with the audience and not address the supervisor. If anyone would like to come forward. Seeing no one come forward, we will close public address. Addendum.
No addendum this evening, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, do I have a motion to move into work session?
Motion.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Ms. Fidzikowski?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Board members, this evening we have a couple of items that our Budget and Management Director, Mark Magruder, is going to review with us. First is a personal property update and the PPTRA rate for the upcoming year. And then the second presentation, which we'll move into after that, is tax relief for the elderly and disabled. So, Mark, glad to have you with us.
Good evening. All right, so we're going to start off with personal property motor vehicles. Let's talk a little bit about the background on this particular issue. Over the past 2 years, used vehicle values have been inflated due to manufacturing and supply chain issues related to the COVID-19 pandemic. If you've tried to buy a vehicle Recently, you will have noticed that auto dealers have experienced low to no inventory. This undersupply of new vehicles has caused a demand for used vehicles, and that demand has caused prices on used vehicles to increase dramatically. This inflated valuation has significantly exceeded the county's historical growth patterns for personal property motor vehicles. So if you remember last year, I came before the board and talked to you about the massive increase that we saw on the personal property book. And the values that were provided at that time exceeded the 23 estimate by 27%, which if we had left that value alone would have added $4.8 million in additional revenue over our existing projections. So to mitigate that particularly large increase in valuation, in September of last year, the board requested the commissioner to certify that the J.D. Power pricing guide, which was previously NADA, that those values were inflated due to the pandemic and that we should use an 80% assessment ratio, which was more in line with the fair market value of vehicles at that time. Wanted to give you an update of where we are in 23. Back then, we anticipated that used vehicle values would begin to drop from the increase that was realized in 22. Last year at this same time, we talked about that. I said we would probably have to come back and revisit this item. We talked about it during the budget process and last year at this time. And what we found is some decrease occurred with the January 1st, 2023 cutoff for the J.D. Power pricing guide. However, vehicle values are still elevated compared to the county's historical growth patterns. Used vehicle prices continue to fall as inventory improves. And so based on the values that were reported for 2023, if no changes were made at this point, the county would exceed budget estimates for motor vehicle tax revenue by $2 million. So this next slide shows the motor vehicle value history from 2017. And so what I want to show is if we look at 2018 through 2020, those are our typical yearly growth patterns. You see 21 million, 33 million, 11, and that's typically what we would receive in growth on the book year over year. And we average somewhere over the last 20 years about 23 to 24 million in growth book to book. And then you'll see in 21 we started to see an increase, and then in 22 it just went completely crazy. So we added 260 million in 1 year. That's 10 years worth of vehicle valuation that was added in 1 year. We come back 1 year later from that, and that value dropped 71 million just from that peak. When you start looking at supplements and abatements that are added to that book, that number actually dropped $142 million in total. What I have noted here is we made an adjustment at the 80% level, and that 80% put us at 779 million on last year's personal property book, which was in line with what our normal growth patterns would look like. So what I wanted to do in this analysis, we went back and we looked at vehicles that were the same vehicles that were there in 21, 22, and 23. So this is not new vehicles that were added, it's the same vehicles. And then we looked at the total value of those vehicles during this time period. And in 2021, those vehicles, the same vehicles that were on the book, were worth 557 million in total. In 2022, those numbers jumped up to 690 million. That was an increase of 24%, and that would have been at 100% value. Then in 2023, now we're down to 555 million, slightly below the 2021 number. However, normally vehicles depreciate in value, and usually just in the first year you lose about 20%, and then about 15% depreciation every year up until you get to about year 6, and then things kind of taper off as most of the value has dropped off. So what would we have expected would have been that the 2023 values would have been significantly below what they would have been in 2021 because you'd have had 2 years worth of depreciation on that. So we went back and we actually looked at some specific vehicles, just common vehicles that people have. So we looked at a 2016 Jeep Renegade. It increased by 27% and then turned around and decreased by 18%. We looked at a 2010 Kia that went up 32%, then decreased 23%. And then a Subaru Outback that increased 28% and then turned around and dropped 19%. So you're seeing this massive increase and then a big pullback. So we'll talk about some options for 2023. As I presented in last year's, at this time last year, the board still has the same 4 options as we presented last year. Option 1 is to request that the commissioner establish an assessment ratio of 90%. I have an estimated PPTRA rate at this point. Normally at this meeting, we would be adopting the PPTRA rate, but we would have to decide if we're going to do that 90% for me to get you a real number. So this is an estimated number. I have it somewhere around 33%. The tax rate would remain at $255 per 100 of assessed value. Our tax collections would approximate the budgeted amount for fiscal year 24, which is based on normal growth patterns, and we would provide tax relief to taxpayers. Option 2 is to provide tax rebate checks. If we were to do that, the PPTRA rate would be 29.93%. That's a real number. That would be down from 32.24% last year. What I can tell you about this is not an idea that we would want to really consider. It's a cumbersome process. It's really not viable for county staff or citizens. But that is an option. Option 3 would be to create a new class of personal property with a lower tax rate. The PPTRA rate at that point would be 33.07%. The revenue neutral rate to do that would be $2.31 per 100 of assessed value. We would provide tax relief, but the county would have to adjust that tax rate if and when the value of those vehicles would continue to fall. And it's only allowed until January 1st of 2025. There's a sunset provision on that legislation. So really, one way or the other, you would have to adjust the rate because the law allows you to create a separate class just for motor vehicles. But once the law changes back, all of your personal property has to be taxed at the same rate. So you would have to either adjust the other rates to this rate, or you have to adjust this rate back and have a consistent rate again. And then option 4 would be to make no changes. The PPTRA rate would be 29.93%. Again, that would be down from the 32.24% in 2022. The tax rate would remain at $255 per 100. Our tax collections are estimated to increase over the estimates by about $2 million, and we would have no tax relief for taxpayers. Staff recommendation would be to request the Commissioner of the Revenue certify that the J.D. Power Pricing Guide values are inflated due to the pandemic, and that a 90% assessment ratio is more in line with the fair market value of vehicles. It's consistent with last year's decision and can be easily implemented. Some localities across the state are still evaluating their motor vehicle valuation adjustments, and several that used an assessment ratio in 22 are continuing to use an assessment ratio in 23, so it's fairly common. Some examples: Fairfax County, they were at 85% last year. They're at 90 this year. Alexandria City was at 78.8%. They're at 90% this year. Allegheny County, 75% last year. They're at 90% this year. And Lynchburg City, also 75% last year and 90% this year. And we think that, we're seeing values continue to drop. So we anticipate that the county may not need to make an adjustment next year. We might be back in line with our normal growth patterns. This has happened before, not as dramatic as this, but we've had issues with oversupply of vehicles on the market, and it has created massive changes in our value structure. It happened in 2008, 2009 timeframe, back during the Great Recession. So it's not uncommon for something to happen like this. It's never been this dramatic, but then for the vehicle values to increase or decrease dramatically. The Commissioner has already requested an extension for completing the personal property book. So we would need board consensus regarding applying a 90% assessment ratio to the JD Power Pricing Guide. We would need to vote on a resolution requesting the Commissioner of Revenue certify that the JD Power Pricing Guide values are inflated and apply a 90% assessment ratio. We would need to do that on September 11th, and we could establish a PPTRA rate of relief at that same meeting on September 11th. And with that, I will take any questions you have about this particular topic.
Supervisor King.
Just a quick thing. It says, based on value report 23, if no changes made, the county will exceed budget estimate for motor vehicle tax revenue by $2 million. Are you saying we would, if we don't make no changes, you're still going to exceed what you thought we was going to get by $2 million?
That's correct.
So if we keep it the same, we're still going to collect more?
If you left everything alone, we would collect $2 million more revenue than what we budgeted. That's correct.
But if we adjust it to the 90%, we will collect more, but it'll be more in line with historically what our average year over year has been. It won't be $2 million.
The 80% that we applied in '22 was just for 1 year, so it's gone away now. So
Well,
if we don't do anything at all, we're assessing at 100%, and that's when we would get the $2 million.
So this $2 million is not 80%?
It is not. That's correct.
Okay,
It's not.
all
It's
right.
at 100%.
All right, well, I didn't see that in here. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor DeMont.
Just one clarifying question. On your next step slide, the Commissioner of Revenue has already requested an extension. Is that extension requested to give this board time to kind of have this discussion and make the decision?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Bone.
I just want to make sure that I'm reading the terminology correctly. So on slide 2, and then you have it later on to the fourth bullet, the second to last line, the full last, the third line there. So the 80% assessment ratio was more in line with the fair market value of vehicles. I'm not sure if that's the correct terminology. Fair market value of the vehicles was the JD pricing. It's just that it wasn't in line with our taxing expectations. Isn't that true? They do the fair, you would buy a Subaru at that inflated value. That's the fair market value.
It's probably a word that could have been in that sentence. I understand what you're saying is it may have been was more in line with the historical averages of the fair market
Yeah,
values.
okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure.
That was
That's
what was
right.
intended.
Right.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Supervisor Fidzikowski.
Well, I appreciate the Commissioner of Revenue doing all that work last year at the 80% rate, and I think going to the 90% is the right thing to do for our citizens, so I would definitely be in favor of option 1.
Vice Chair Biggs.
I echo what you said, Supervisor Fidzikowski. I think option 1 for this particular time would be the best way to go.
And Mark, I agree. This is in line with what we did last year, the same type of steps, because the values of the cars, used cars were so inflated, and they still are, even though they've come down a little bit. This 90% assessed value would be more in a line of historical, what we would do. And you said this is the same easy process that we did last year. So I would be in line with that to give the car tax relief. So are you looking for a consensus tonight to move forward with so the next thing would be a resolution for the Commissioner of Revenue to say that these prices are inflated, and for that 90%, and then the extension to get all that updated on the books?
Yeah, we have a resolution for you and a PPTRA rate at the September 11th meeting.
And those bills go out in October and would be due December 5th?
December 5th, yes.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other follow-up, board members? Absolutely. I think this is alignment. I think that last year we said we would reevaluate, and that's what we'll continue to do, is each year reevaluate to see, especially as everything is inflation is still high. Thank you, Mark.
Yep.
Board members, the second work session item we have is along the same line of reevaluating and reassessing where we are with our tax programs, and this is tax relief for the elderly and disabled. It's been a few years since we've taken a look at these numbers, but as with everything else, there's been a lot that's changed, and it's time to have a discussion.
Okay, so the second presentation is on tax relief for the elderly and disabled. Give a little background on this. So the purpose of tonight's meeting or discussion of this particular topic is to determine the board's position on increasing the income and/or net financial worth limits or making other changes to the tax relief program for the elderly and disabled. Talk a little bit about the criteria for eligibility. You have to be 65 years of age or older or have a disability either permanently or totally disabled. There is a maximum income limit, which is a combined dwelling income limit. That current limit is $51,000. It excludes the first $10,000 of income of each relative other than the spouse of the owner living in the dwelling, and the first $10,000 of income for an owner that is permanently disabled. Net financial worth limit, net combined financial worth, including the value of all equitable interest as of December 31st of the immediately preceding calendar year. It excludes the value of the dwelling, any dwelling furnishings, and up to 1 acre of land. And our current net worth limit is $150,000. So the state code, at one point in 2011, the state had some limits on what localities could do, and in 2011, the state changed the program to allow localities to determine their own limits. So according to the state code for elderly and disabled, income and net financial worth limits are not capped by the state anymore and can be set by the locality. And localities can extend tax relief for the elderly and disabled to include dwellings that are jointly owned by individuals, all of whom are not 65 years of age or older or permanently and totally disabled. And we do that now. I want to talk briefly about veterans. While that's not the focus of this presentation, it's important to note that if you're a veteran that who is 100% service-connected, permanently and totally disabled, then you would be exempt 100% from taxation of real property occupied as their primary place of residence, regardless of income or net financial worth limits. So our current program for qualified recipients, if your income is between 0 and $32,600, again, and if your net financial worth is $150,000 or less, you would receive 100% exemption. If your income is between $32,601 and $40,800, you would have a 60% exemption. And then if your income is between $40,801 and $51,000, you would have a 40% exemption. And again, the net financial worth is the same for all three categories. Talk a little bit about the citizens that are served by this program. So in 2020, we had 746 real estate citizens that received benefit from this program, 67 residents and mobile homes. In 2022, that number dropped to 640 for real estate and 82 for mobile homes. So there were 106 less people in the program in 2022 compared to 2020. And so what I can tell you about those are 14 of those people had deceased over that time period. 20 of the properties sold. 4 people were over the net worth limit, 8 people were over the income limit, and 60 people did not file. And we don't know why they didn't file. It could have been they were over the income or net worth at that time. Again, this shows a breakdown of how the citizens are served by locality. And as you can see from this chart, in both 2020 and 2022, the majority of the citizens being served are in the county and in the town of Christiansburg, with a few in Blacksburg. This next slide shows how we compare to other localities of similar size across the state. I'd like to point out that Albemarle County, Hanover County, and the city of Salem recently changed their limits. This particular issue was brought up during the budget process earlier in the year, and based on the large increases that we've seen in the past 2 or 3 years on Social Security, it was now time to kind of revisit this and have a look and see, if we wanted to adjust our limits. So these are the Social Security cost of living increases that we've experienced the last few years. 2022, the increase was 5.9%. In 23, it was 8.7%. We have an estimate for 24 as the Social Security Administration has not finalized the number, but we're anticipating that number to be around 3%. The proposed change going forward, what we did was we took the existing limits that we had and we applied the increase in Social Security since 2021 and 22, or I'm sorry, 22 and 23 and 24, and applied those to the 24 limits to get new limits based on those Social Security increases. So under the proposed change, we would go from from 0 to 32,600 would now become 0 to 39,000. The 32,601 to 40,800 would now become 39,001 to 49,000, and the 40,801 to 51,000 would now become 49,001 to 61,000. And you see that at the lower limit, you get 100% relief, then 60%, and then 40%. We also adjusted the net financial worth number from 150 to 180,000. Talk a little bit about the cost of the program. So in 2020, the actual cost was around $727,000. 2022, it was $625,000. 2023, it's $588,000. And then what we did was we went back and we tried to estimate what 2023 would have been based on the new limits, and then adjusting the actual applicants in 2020, adjusting their income up by the Social Security increase that occurred during that time period. And we're estimating that had we put this in place, the number of what it would cost would be about $758,000, which is kind of back in line with what it would have been somewhere in 2020. Talk a little bit about the towns. Both towns offer a tax relief program and have maintained the same limits as Montgomery County's ordinance. The towns in the county have made their ordinances consistent to reduce confusion among the citizens about the programs. We did have a meeting with the Commissioner of the Revenue and town representatives to review data concerning costs and program changes. And after tonight's presentation, we will share these slides with the towns to review. Next steps would be to have some consensus regarding the revised income and net financial worth limits. We will notify the towns of the changes. The town councils will also consider the same changes. We would draft an ordinance resolution authorizing the advertisement for the September 11th meeting. We would schedule and hold a public hearing on the October 10th meeting, and we would vote on the ordinance on October 10th.
That's different than your handout. The numbers that the dates Mark just provided are the correct dates. The dates printed in your handout are not the correct dates.
Oh,
It's related to how long public hearings have to be scheduled and advertised.
Yeah, we have to advertise 2 successive weeks.
All right, and with that, I will take any questions that y'all have about this particular topic.
All right. Supervisor DeMonts.
I'm going to give you a scenario, and I want you to help me understand how this applies. So I am mom, dad, adult child that's earning income. Mom and dad married, earned income is, say, $40,000. Adult child is also contributing $20,000 to the household income. Is $10,000 of that adult child's, adult child is not the correct way of saying it, but you know what I'm saying. So 10,000 of that adult's income is excluded from the calculation. Then their 10,000 would then go into the household income and still keep the household under 51 in our current rules.
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I was understanding how we calculate household income. And then for financial, net financial worth, the primary residence, dwelling, furnishings, 1 acre of land is not considered part of the net financial worth, but if the parcel is on 10 acres, we would consider the other 9 acres.
That's correct.
Okay. That's all that I had as far as questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Bone.
You went kind of fast on page 5 when you said the people that dropped out. How many dropped out because of net worth and income, please?
Okay, so there were 106 less people. For net worth, there were 4.
Okay.
For income, there were 8. And then there are 60 we don't really know because they didn't apply to the program, so we don't know what their status was. But it could have been related to the increases in Social Security that put them above the limit, and they just knew it and didn't apply.
And then on slide 10, and why isn't the mobile home number available?
It's taxed as personal property.
So I just deferred to Jesse, the Commissioner of the Revenue. They haven't completed the book yet, so they won't have that number until we finalize the book.
And so you have in our budget what you're recommending, meaning this revenue source number in our budget was based off of your recommendation, even though it wasn't approved. But the revenue stream value in our budget was based on your recommendation. Am I saying that correctly?
Okay, so when I put the budget together in the spring, I estimated a value of around $1 million in relief across the entire program. That would include this tax relief for the elderly and veterans. We're estimating that, it could increase this allotment, but probably by not much. So I'm fairly comfortable with, if we made this adjustment, it would not have any negative impact on what we budgeted for our revenue in this particular area.
Okay, and can you tell me when was the last time we've made an adjustment to these numbers?
The last time we made an adjustment was back in 2012 and 2013.
And so why didn't you go back to 2012, 2013 and adjust for Social Security inflation from that point?
We discussed that, and we could give you those numbers as well if you want to look at those. We looked at what the other jurisdictions around us had done as well, and that was going to bring us to a level that was higher than all of them except for, I think, for Hanover.
Albemarle.
We wanted to be more consistent with our peers with the program, so we left it at this, but we could certainly bring that back to you if you would prefer that.
I'm interested in that number.
The income limit was 60.
I have it.
68,000 would have been the income limit, and 200,000 would be the asset limit, the net worth limit.
Do
You
you
said
mean,
68. You said
Six-
68.
That would be the maximum for 40% relief.
Yep,
that's if we applied the cost
of living from 12.
increases?
Yes.
What page is that? Is it comparing all the counties on, please? Thank you.
It's on slide 7. You can't see the slide number on that slide.
It got cut off at the bottom.
Yeah.
So it's not far from Salem. We don't typically compare ourselves to Hanover anyway. And Roanoke County hasn't upped their numbers yet.
That is correct. They have not. I don't think did we ask them if they were preparing to increase their limits? We didn't ask them, but
So Roanoke County, Bedford County, Roanoke City, and City of Radford have not, as far as you can tell, have not upped their numbers for some time.
That's
You don't
correct.
know how long.
we do know how long they have been in the final column of that slide. It shows you that.
I see. Yeah, I'd like to see, I like those numbers better, to tell you the truth.
We can do those. If that's your choice, we could even do those tonight. We know what they are if you want us to do those.
I would recommend that we do that. I like keeping up with cost of, if we can keep up with the, can we put something in our language?
We have to
Or-
change the ordinance, I think, each time, but we're going to bring it to you every year. And the reason that we went ahead and put the 2024 projection in there was so it somewhat accounted for some of those older years that we didn't pick up, but also to be proactive for 24 and take care of addressing that early.
One of the things I remember when we did this in 2012 and 2013, at that point in time, we had adjusted to what were then the maximums, I believe. And since that time, there were, as you pointed out, they were incremental. They weren't large increases in those years, but there were some increases. And then COVID, we can blame a lot of things on COVID, but we realized over the last year that we really needed to take another look at this and see where we are.
So the 68,000 and the 200,000 would impact the revenue on slide 10 to be what?
I have it. Hang on.
This isn't revenue, though, it's the credit.
It's really,
Right,
it's
but
a
I mean, what, lost revenue,
So
yeah.
the number that we calculated, which would be the equivalent of the 758,110 number, is 792,779.
And
Would
that's,
that make a big difference in our budget?
I don't think so.
no.
I'm okay with that. I would agree with that. Or whatever lower that we come to agree with. That's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Fidzikowski.
Mark, you had mentioned that you think that, or it's possible that the 60 people that didn't apply may not have applied because their income went up due to the increase in Social Security. But aren't they using 2022 numbers?
Yeah, so when we didn't make any adjustments to our increases, as people would have received more money and their net financial worth or their income went up, it may have pushed them out of the program and they no longer qualified. They may have known that, and that's why they didn't apply.
it would have been for the 2022 amount, as you said, not the 23 amount.
Right. So
We don't know why the 60 people didn't apply. It could have been other reasons that we're not aware of.
Okay. All right. That's all. I like what you've done. I think that's fair assessment.
Supervisor King.
I like very much what you've done here. I really do. And the first one, we're moving up from or we may move up from $32,600 to $39,000. That's $7,000. That would still keep these people in 100% relief, plus give them help with everyday needs. And I do appreciate the whole staff looking into this. That's all.
Vice Chair Biggs?
Yes, I appreciate also, and I support that we should be looking at this every year in detail like you've given us this year. This is really informative. I think you've done a fair job with it. If anything else needs to come forward based on what Supervisor Bone said, that's fine too. One of the things, I know we always ask this question, but do people really know that this is out there? Is there a way to further this tax relief to our citizens in any way besides like being on the website or whatever? Because, there's still people that don't have access that way. So how do we
Do
handle
a
that?
press release. We could do a press release about that. We can make sure it's publicized other ways.
Okay. Thank you.
Can we include it in their tax bill? Is it already included
I
in
think
there?
it is included in the tax bill.
Yeah.
We can do that. If it's not, we can get the treasurer's office to put something in with the tax bills.
Okay, well, Mark, thank you for the presentation. I agree that this is something we should probably evaluate, just like we do with the personal property taxes and all of that, evaluate every year. And I understand that we haven't had that COLA as significant, except for the last 2 years, where it went up in the last 2 years, and then what's projected for this year, it's going to be over 17%. All those 3 years combined. So I do agree with Supervisor Bone on that. Let's go back and look to see if we calculate from the last time that we did, that we had that evaluation to see what that would be, and that would change it to about 68,000 for the
Yeah.
40%.
Yeah, I can give you the numbers. It's 68,000, roughly slightly over 54,000 for the 60% number, and then a little over 43,000 for the 100% number.
Good. And then the total.
And then the net financial worth is right at 200,000.
200,000. I think that's the way we should move forward to give our citizens this type of tax relief, and then absolutely press release so that people will know, and maybe those 60 thought, going with the old figures or the figures from 2020, that they didn't qualify, and there may be people out there that don't know that they are eligible for this, or don't know all that the first someone in the house, the 10,000 can be deducted from that. So maybe I'd hate to think that somebody didn't take advantage of this type of tax relief that we could definitely offer our citizens. So board, am I hearing a consensus to Marty?
Yeah, I was seeing if there was consensus on what number you wanted the ordinance to be prepared for.
I say go back to the last time we did it.
Yeah, the 68.
Okay,
and
we'll do
everything.
that.
Yeah.
We can email you tomorrow to let you know what the amounts are, because Mark does have that all prepared already, but then we'll prepare the ordinance with the higher amounts.
Could we also obviously send this notification to RSVP, any senior centers, AARP, anything? I mean,
Absolutely.
so that people get it a couple of different times and they're thinking about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank this board for their due diligence to continue to evaluate and provide assistance to our citizens as we can. One question, Mark, what happens if the two towns do not agree to do that? That'll be very confusing.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that, other than to say that generally they have, kind of stayed in line with, what the board has put forward, but they certainly could do something completely different if they wanted to do that. It's just been, typically, they were doing the similar thing to what,
Traditionally, they've
Yeah.
followed what the county's done. And I did, board members, I did want to mention, I looked on the county's website, and when you go under the Commissioner of the Revenues tab on the homepage, there is a tab for tax relief for seniors and disabled. So it's there, but we will reinforce that information once the board takes action.
Application, and maybe there can be some assistance that if we don't have, I'm sure they could pick up paper copies as well if they don't have access to.
Yes, ma'am. There's an email and a phone number. If the application's online, there's also the contact information as well.
Very good. Thank you, Mark. All right, next thing, Community Housing Trust.
Board members? Sorry. We have Matt Hanratty with us this evening. Matt's with the town of Blacksburg. Matt, glad to have you with us to give us an update on New River Home Trust.
Thank you all. The timing is kind of fitting as we're talking about taxes. That's part of this conversation as well with the board. It'll be a little bit of an update. If you all recall, last July, you all created the Community Land Trust, which is officially called the New River Home Trust. We also have Jake Powell, who's the Director of Home Ownership for Community Housing Partners in the audience. If there's any Community Housing Partners specific questions, he'll be happy to answer them as well for the board. So with that, feel free if there's questions as I go through. If not, please save them for the end. About taxation with the New River Home Trust houses. So as you all know, it was created last year. Community Housing Partners has been busy kind of behind the scenes setting up the nonprofit group. These are the first 5 homes that will be in the New River Home Trust. And one of the things as we've been working through this, we have a working group as well that Angie Hill is on, if you recall from when we set that structure up. So one of the things that we have been looking at, and this is in part with the new tax assessment that happened last year and also the rising construction costs due to COVID, we've noticed a trend that's not in our favor of what the market assessed value of the taxes for these homes are versus what we're selling them for, they will be sold for. And I'll work you through an example of how the home prices are set up to kind of give you a little bit more detail. But you can kind of see the gap on the slide here with these 5 homes. And I'll point out in the next slide, 302 Progress, which is a little bit of an anomaly from our normal, and I'll kind of touch on why that is. But we're seeing a growing disparity that we haven't seen before in our program that's creating quite a large gap. And I'll touch on more details as to all of that. So the first thing I wanted to touch on basically is 302 Progress Street. And if you just look at the last slide, the anomaly there, the affordable price for that home is $260,000. It's taxed at $522,000. So what's happening with that property? So just thought it was important to point that out because it's not the norm for a community land trust home. This is a property in historic downtown Blacksburg. It's right on the corner of Progress Street and Harding Avenue, right down the street from Harding Ave Elementary if you were heading into downtown Blacksburg. So just think behind the Cellar and Sharky's, Chipotle, that area. It's right on that corner there. The dentist office is right on the next corner. And then you have the fire station downtown right next to the dentist. Just to give you a little bit of bearings, my apologies for not having a map, but that's the location we're talking about. This was bought pre-pandemic, and it was severely blighted. You can see the top 2 pictures. Community Housing Partners gutted the house literally to the studs. So at the time, the assessment was very low, but it's on a large piece of property right next to downtown. It's a historic property, so it took a lot of effort to restore that. That is a large part of the reason of why now the assessment is now really high. Because of that. It's a 4-square home. You can see it in the bottom left slide. It's a larger home than a typical one. It's a 4-bedroom home. All the rest of the New River Home Trust homes that were on that first slide here, these are either 2 or 3-bedroom homes. 3-bedroom, 2-bath is our typical home, which I'll touch on in a few slides. So I just wanted to point that out, that this is the anomaly, not the norm. And then this home right now, hopefully we can figure out the tax issue. The home right now will be sold, and they're currently renting to a teacher and her children, teacher in Montgomery County Public School System. So more typical homes in the New River Home Trust is what you kind of see on the screen here. I already mentioned 3-bedroom, 2-bath. The size of those homes are generally between 1,000 and 1,400 square feet. And what we're seeing now, construction costs are really expensive. We're seeing across the board with all the groups we work with, whether they're not-for-profit or for-profit developers, the bricks and sticks of just the home itself is over $200 a square foot to build. So a 1,000 square foot home is $200,000 just in the bricks and sticks We're not talking about the development costs to get a site ready for development. So development costs have increased significantly. We've seen large jumps post-COVID, materials, supply chain, a lot of the things that we've heard with COVID, but they're having a profound impact on new home costs and what it costs to build a home in our community. That translates to typical costs we're seeing based on the square footage size of roughly $320 to $375-ish thousand per home for a new home all in. So that's your bricks and sticks, that's your development costs to get, the site, your water, your sewer, your road, your curb gutter, stormwater, et cetera, and the soft costs associated with that. So it's getting fairly expensive to build in our community when we're building new. So what that does is that creates the gap, and I showed it here. It starts to create this affordability gap of what home buyers can afford based on incomes, and I'll run you through an example here in a slide, and what they're being taxed at. And we'll touch a little bit on the details, but it's creating a large gap. Historically, that gap was really small. When we had an affordable home, it was what we would consider negligible. It wasn't worth having a conversation about. It didn't really affect the mortgage price and the affordability when you went to a lender. Now it's starting to have a more profound impact where it's either you can get financing or not because of the taxes on a monthly basis are fairly considerable. Just as a quick update of what's been happening the past year, before we kind of get into some examples, you can see 3 properties that Community Housing Partners has been working with. Strubles Ridge, that was approved in the county. That is the subdivision off Merrimack Road, just to kind of walk you down that a few years ago. That is just starting construction. Units will start to happen next calendar year through spring of 2026. You can see the number of units, that's about 50. Glade Spring Crossing was a rezoning that was approved in Blacksburg this past March. That's another 24 units. And then Habitat for Humanity just submitted a rezone in Blacksburg on Airport Road right next to Fire Station 3, which is at the intersection of Hubbard and Airport for 11 units. And our town council will take action on that this October. So, just back to how do we calculate the price for a new home? I'm interested in the Community Land Trust. What does Community Housing Partners do? And if you have some more nuanced details, as I mentioned, Jake is here, but we can certainly discuss that. There's 2 basic steps that happen. The first is determine your monthly mortgage payment and what goes into that. So if you recall last year when we talked about income limits, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, sets those income limits, and that's a gross income limit based on your household size for the year. And then we take a ratio of 30% of that number is your gross number that goes towards housing costs. So what's included in that 30%? You have your property taxes, your homeowner's insurance, the Community Land Trust ground lease fee, which is $10 a month, just so you know, and if there's an HOA structure, an HOA fee is rolled into that. So you just take all those, your gross income for the year, 30% of that is your number, divide that by 12, and that is your monthly cost. The same thing with your property tax. If you divide that by 12, kind of add all those up. And I'll walk you through an actual example to kind of see how the numbers work out. And then it's determining the maximum sales price. And I'll touch on that detail here in just a sec, but that is just basically your monthly mortgage payment and the interest rate are going to determine how much house you can afford. And I think we all know when interest rates are lower, your buying power is more. You can afford more on the mortgage because more of it is going towards the home, less of it is going towards interest. So as you all know, we're in a different environment where interest rates are about 7%. They're not historic lows like we saw at 3%. That has an impact on the actual sales price. One last thing, as far as the details of the maximum sales price, Community Housing Partners and the New River Home Trust, they determine that at market readiness. So what does that mean? That means about 60 days out from closing, you'll execute an actual real contract to buy a home. That's when they lock in the current interest rates. They do all the math for what the current property tax is and any fees. That's when it's kind of locked in, and that starts the process of going down that with the lender to close on a home. Those income limits I mentioned, the way they're calculated, if it's a 3-bedroom home, the income limits are used at a household of 4. So it's the number of bedrooms plus 1 to get that calculation of that 30%. And then depending on the range that Community Housing Partners is serving, income bands. So if someone is in the 60 to 80% range for serving income, the price is calculated at the lower end of that. And the reason is you need a wide array of qualified buyers to be able to apply. If you just say, well, we're going to do it at 80%, then you're excluding everybody from 60 to 79%, and your buyer window is too small to find buyers that can qualify over time. So that is why that is used. The sales price is adjusted slightly up or down, just like the normal market. If there's an extra half bathroom, property location, it's not much relative to the grander market, but there are slight adjustments to create a little bit of differentiation in the market, because not every home is equal, as you all know. So here's a quick example of how this plays out. This is a real example. This is one of those 5 homes I listed on the first slide. This is 202 Prospect Street in Blacksburg. This was originally built in the mid-2000s. This is a 2-bedroom, 1.5-bath home. So the HUD income limit for this is based on a family of 3, which at the 60% number is roughly $49,000 and change. So you can kind of see that up on the screen. Annually, that's $49,000. Monthly, that translates to a little over $4,000. So 30% of that $4,110 is $1,233. So then that's their mortgage cost. Then you deduct out the taxes. Monthly taxes, $124 on this home. That's about $1,500 a year. Homeowners insurance at about $750 annually translates to about $62.50 on a monthly basis. And then that ground lease fee I mentioned is a nominal kind of $10. So when you take that $1,200, you back out your taxes, your insurance, the ground lease fee, what you're left with, what you can afford for the mortgage, is a little over $1,000. So then you take that and you back into the sales price. And there's a complicated formula that I don't have up here. Angie's aware, we've talked about it a lot, but basically you take your monthly mortgage cost, you do some math about the interest rates, how it's compounded. This is a traditional mortgage. If you were to get a 30-year fixed mortgage with no points or anything at 7%, this is how the maximum sales price is calculated. Now, this is calculated, again, 60 days prior to closing, so this varies as the market changes. Hopefully, interest rates will come down a little bit. And Community Housing Partners does have access to some below market rate financing as well. So what that does is that can bump up the sales price just depending on what the market is. But this is where we get the $155,799, $155-ish thousand for the sales price. So this is how the New River Home Trust calculates that when they have actual buyers kind of doing the math as it goes. Did you have a question, Supervisor
I'm
DeMont?
sorry to interrupt you, but it's on
that's okay.
this slide with this picture up. This is 2 of the homes that we're looking at?
So this is a duplex.
Okay.
We're looking at 202 Prospect, which is the one on the left.
Gotcha.
So this is actually a duplex. So thank you for that clarification.
I was going to ask the square footage.
It was looking real big if that was a
No.
two-bedroom house.
Square footage,
No,
okay.
yeah. Those are, I can't remember exactly, those are roughly 12 or 1,300 square feet, those units. So what happens on resale? So we just went through how we calculate the price. How does resale work? A little bit down memory lane, resale scales based on income growth in our county. Has nothing to do with market appreciation. It's how our incomes grow over time. So as incomes grow, that number is adjusted, and I'll show you on the next couple screens of what that would look like historically for our county. Also, the New River Home Trust does take into account any home improvements that are made in excess of 2%. So if you were to invest in a small bathroom remodel with approval from them, that can factor into it as well. The reality is we don't see large-scale improvements in most of our homes because those homeowners will go to the traditional market for a different product. Typically, it's more smaller in nature improvements that we see. So what has our growth looked like over the past decade? The first column you see 2013, incomes at the 60% area, median income 80% and 100%. Those are for family sizes of 4. So we've seen a fair amount of growth in our incomes over the past decade, about 33% if you were to do the math. So that is how the sales price is calculated off that 33% change. So what does that look like in the resale example? So just using our Prospect Street, and we use round numbers, so that's why it's the 155, not with the 792 added to it. So the original sales price, $155,000, like we walked through a minute ago. So now this is where that 33% comes in. So it's the index of the current AMI minus the beginning AMI. Now these numbers are for a family of 4, that is for a family of 3, that's why the numbers don't match. But basically you're subtracting out to get that percentage difference. That's what this is showing. It gives us our 33%, that's our index factor. So we just basically multiply the 155,000 times 1.33 to get that 33% increase, and that's where that 206 number comes from. If there are any small improvements, as I mentioned, they can be added on, and we just showed one as a small example of what that would look like. And then what you see it blue on the bottom of your screen, that $209,000 number, that is the index price in the change. So if this happened 10 years later, we grew by 33% in our incomes as a county. The sales price, you can see you can basically sell it for $50,000 more than you bought it. And then, of course, you deduct out what you paid for your mortgage, so you would get more than that back, but that's where the appreciation is. So that's the indexed appreciation based on income growth, not on market appreciation, which is significantly higher. So just a couple more slides for you. This table just kind of demonstrates the difference in the tax rates. If you were to look at, so looking down the columns there, you can see the properties listed in the first column. Those are the exact same 5 properties that were at the beginning of the presentation. The initial sales price based on affordability, that's kind of point in time now. You can see 202 Prospect, that's the example we just walked through, and these are just rounded numbers for easy readability. The current tax rate of the town and county rate is what you see on the screen, that 124, 128, so on and so forth for each of the units. And then what you're looking at is the tax assessed value. That's the new assessments that happened last year. And you can kind of see the difference of what that looks like. So the monthly tax rate column, the first one is if it was assessed based on the sales price. So that 155 translates to 124. And then the next column is what is currently assessed at and what they're actually taxed at. And then the final column is you can see the difference in cost. And that's on a monthly basis. Does that make sense to everyone? I know there's a lot of numbers on this screen. So the other thing we talked about with Marty is what is the state guidance on assessment of community land trust property? So there's fairly new legislation, which is up on your screen, which is in the Code of Virginia, Section 58(1-3295.2, that allows an approach that kind of recognizes that the incomes are capped. So it does give some discretion there and authorizes the real estate assessor to use an income approach, kind of how it's based on income, not on market appreciation. So there is some precedence in the state code that is fairly new. The frustrating thing I think we'll tell you about the state code is it doesn't tell you how to do it. And everyone across the state is doing it slightly different. North Carolina, as a different example, the state code just simply says this is how everyone across the state would do it. That would be our preference. It would be a lot cleaner. There is a group of community land trust localities across the Commonwealth that are working with VML and VACO to say, can we get some just clearer direction? It would be a lot simpler for everybody. But that is not the case right now. But we do have some enabling legislation that allows this to happen. So what we didn't know is exploring this process and talking to some of our partners, Habitat for Humanity, what you're seeing on the screen is the units on Church Street in Blacksburg that were constructed a few years ago. They went through the process with Commissioner Revenue to get an adjustment by themselves, unbeknownst to any of us, because they saw the change and they're like, whoa, this is impacting our homeowners. And they did get approved for that because they are restricted. So these are not community land trust units, but they are income restricted for 99 years. So they can't get market appreciation either. The model is slightly different. So that was something that we weren't aware that had already happened that they just decided to do as an organization because they were noticing in conversations with their homeowners that it was coming out of line. So just to kind of wrap it up is why is this assessment needed? it's for us, it's looking at it from a fairness. We want to be fair and tax folks on what they can actually sell the home for. I think that is the intent of the tax code when we do kind of property tax assessments. So that is what we're asking the board to consider, is to be fair to our homeowners as we kind of set up the program, because they'll never be able to realize market appreciation. It will be restricted. So that is basically all the thoughts I have. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. And Jake Powell with Community Housing Partners is also available if there's more programmatic things to answer.
Okay. Supervisor Fidzikowski.
Bad year to get into land trust, isn't it?
It is what it is. We're dealing with it. Soon there should be a ribbon cutting for the first one. I don't want to steal Community Housing Partners' thunder, but that should happen this fall before the weather turns.
Have all the properties been remodeled or upgraded? Or
302 Progress was the only one that was a gut job. The rest of them have been resales, minor, let's just call it paint type changes.
And all 5 of these properties are in the town of Blacksburg.
There are, and I believe there is a 6th now that Community Housing Partners has that's in the county. Is that correct, Jake?
Moving forward, is there any thinking about maybe just finding land and putting 3-bedroom spec houses on them and seeing if that would work a little bit better than these prices?
So those prices wouldn't be affordable to the group in our county that we're trying to serve. They'd be too expensive.
What? More expensive than $522,000?
Well, that's the anomaly, and that property was purchased for well below that when they just fixed it up because of its location and the size of the parcel, and that was started before the Community Land Trust was even a thought of going through it. That property took 3 or so years, a little over 3 years because that got stuck in the COVID shutdown and whatnot. That's the anomaly, not the norm. The rest of them are more in line with what we'll see.
Well, my head is spinning from all the numbers that you gave us, but I'm just thinking that even if you take away all the taxes, how are people going to be able to afford it? Even with your formulas, I mean, I appreciate that.
They'll be able to afford it based on the incomes that they earn. So
is that our target group?
Yeah, so let me go back here. So here's our target groups. So, and they lie in bands, as I tried to explain before. So we want to serve, if you look at the 60% number, let's look at the 2023 column. So the first band of Montgomery County residents that we want to serve have an income of $54,780 to $73,000. So household income, gross income in a year, that is who we're trying to serve. There's also another band above that, $73,000 to $91,000. So those are 2 of our primary bands that we're trying to serve county residents wide. And based on those incomes, that's where we back into how much house they can afford, which is significantly less than what houses in our community are selling for. And that's where the difference is, and that's where the tax assessment piece is it's, from our perspective and looking at it, it's not fair for a homeowner to pay taxes on a property. They could never sell it for that. So why are they taxed on it? And that's where the state legislation comes in, and looking at being fair of what they can sell it for is what they should be taxed on.
Okay.
Does that help answer your question?
No, not really, because I'm just looking at all these big, huge numbers, and I'm thinking it's just creeping up, and I don't know where this is going to end. Maybe next year will be better, but it feels like we're not going to be able to reach those people.
Well, I mean, I think we are, and maybe if it's helpful, Jake with Community Housing Partners can touch on it. There's a lot in the pipeline that we will reach. So we'll have 90, there's 85, 90 homes, 85 on the screen here, and then the 5 from the other side. I mean, that'll be 90 homes in the next few years that we will reach. And that was part of, if you recall back last year when this was created, one of the charges for community housing partners is they have to figure out how to make up the gap in the subsidy. So it costs $320,000 to $377,000 to make a house, to build a new house, new construction. But someone can only afford $150,000 to $200,000. So there's a gap there that they have to make up. That's what they're on the hook for, to create units, and that's what they're starting to do with this pipeline. So they line up other federal funding, local funding, so on and so forth to fill the gap. That's their role.
So their role was to purchase all these properties too?
Yeah, they own those. They own Strubles Ridge. That is their development. They are partnering with developers, Habitat for Humanity for the airport road, and a private developer for Glade Spring Crossing.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help a little bit more? I know it's a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot. When we first started talking about land trust, I thought, this sounds like, a good thing, but, and I know times have been tough this last year with inflation and the price of materials, price of labor. Can't say our taxes have gone up, our taxes have gone down. So, but I don't know, it just seems like it's going to be a whole lot tougher to accomplish what we originally set out to accomplish.
It is. That's where community housing partners and utilizing their leverage and scale comes in to make the units. They're just asking through the home trust that they be taxed at what is fair for those homeowners, i.e. what they can purchase and resell it for, not what the market is, because those are dramatically different.
Well, you did a great job on the pictures that we saw. It looks like very nice homes.
Thank you.
I'll let somebody else take it from here.
Supervisor King.
Appreciate you coming tonight. And you know what you said, people should pay taxes on what they can get out of it compared to what it's worth. We got a lot of citizens in this county says the same thing. So what would make the difference of us? All right, $500,000 home, you said 260 some thousand.
Correct.
When whoever buys that house, do y'all inform them this house is assessed at this much from tax purposes?
Yes. So one of the hangups is that home has not been sold because of that reason, because it's unaffordable at the tax rate that is market tax rate right now.
I mean, that's what every homeowner in Montgomery County, and that's what they're taxed at, is the tax rate.
Well, here's the difference, if I may. The difference is the market, we'll use 302 Progress, that is the anomaly. The market is assessed at $522,000. So in theory, I would go stick a sign in my yard for sale, have a realtor, whatever. I'd sell it for probably a little bit more, I think is fair, than $522,000. And I'd get that back if I was to stick a for sale sign in it. These homeowners for the New River Home Trust can't do that. They stick a for sale sign in it, it's based on incomes. So they could sell it right now for $260,000. And what the Home Trust is asking is, it's not fair to tax us on the rate that is fictitious for those homeowners. They can never realize the full value of the property because we are restricting it based on income, and we want to pay it forward and serve future households at that income range. So why should they pay taxes on something over and above that they can never sell it for, like a home that doesn't have any restrictions could in the free market? So that is the ask, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Supervisor DeMonts.
I think it was maybe 10 years ago when the subject of a community land trust first came up as something that might be viable for the community through the Housing and Neighborhood Development Advisory Board. I mean, I feel like I've known you a long time, at least a decade, and this has been something that's been being talked about for a long time. Because of my early involvement, all of the numbers that you went through kind of feel like a refresher course for me. I am completely in support of doing a market assess or a fair market value based on the restrictions for resale. I would love to have more conversations with this board to see, maybe go through the numbers slower, maybe have a dedicated work session to just make sure that we're all kind of understanding the ask and why it's important for affordability now and for permanent affordability for homes throughout not just Blacksburg. It looks like the Glade Spring property, the Strubles Ridge property is 24 units.
Strubles Ridge is 50. Glade
Strubles
Spring is
Ridge,
24.
50, okay.
Correct.
So we have 50 units going out in the county already planned. Is that where you're alluding to a potential ribbon cutting
No.
with CHP?
No, it would be one of the 5
Okay.
on one of the lawns of the 5 in all likelihood.
So I don't know what we need to do as a board to make sure that we all understand the ask and that we're all able to kind of, the numbers were fast. So we're all able to kind of get on the same page. I fully support your ask tonight and would love to have more conversations with this board about it. I don't have any questions other than to just state my emphatic support of what you're asking for.
Supervisor Bone.
And because of my involvement with Habitat, I have a pretty good understanding of what you're talking about here. So I believe that we contributed a certain amount of money to the home trust,
Correct.
and we will continue to do that. It's like a line item in our budget, or no?
It is a line item in the budget. It's per unit. So we included in the budget for these 5 units for the 24 budget.
Okay, and then because this presentation has the 50 at Strubles Ridge, we'll include that in the next budget. And it takes into consideration this affordability gap, meaning
It takes that into consideration.
fair market value that they're forced to.
The
the
reason that
rules.
Matt came this evening to discuss the tax implications, that real estate taxes, because our formula does not address that. It's just to provide the funding to administer the program.
I see. So you need the funding for the gap, is what you're asking.
It would be
No.
a reduction in our revenue, similar to the tax relief that we talked about for the elderly and
But
disabled.
only for these homeowners.
Correct.
Right. I concur. We need thousands of these homes. I mean, that's what we've been told over the years, so I'm all good with that. I do have a question about the, I like the fact that it's 60 to 80%. I'm not sure if I didn't catch the 60% before in other presentations, but I definitely like that. I was wondering if there are buyers lined up for these homes already.
There are, are all 5 lined up, Jake?
Come to the microphone. Microphone.
Great. How do you decide which one, like, if you've got 5 eligible people, or I don't know, what's your experience so far, I guess?
Yeah, so far, it has been based on, at time of application. If they submit their income documentation and we deem them to be eligible, they're placed on a wait list based on the time of application. We're currently in discussion around how do we potentially create a policy that's not first come, first served and based around need. And so we've been talking through and working with some of our lawyers around the liability that such a policy, stated policy, might present, particularly around fair housing. And as the state had just put source of income as a protected class, we have to be very careful about how we formulate one. But that's one of the conversations that we've been having with the advisory committee that Angie and Bree Hopkins sit on as county representatives. So that is still in place while we're working towards scale. We do have enough buyers for these 5 homes. Some of them are hesitant to purchase and pay a taxed value on an amount of value they could never realize. I think that's really the ask tonight was, what's the intent of our taxation policy and are we applying it consistently and appropriately with our real estate across the board. If the intent is to tax at the value that someone can sell the home for and therefore realize that value, these homeowners could never sell at what would be an unrestricted value. We've encumbered the asset, therefore bringing its value down. And so some of them are hesitant to say, well, why would I purchase a home and get taxed on value that I could never
So
realize?
I think, I don't know if other communities use the same terminology of fair market value, but the point is the lower value is the fair market value for these people because it's encumbered, you're saying.
Correct. It's,
So there's got to be there's no other term for the fair market value for these homes?
I think in some communities, they call it the restricted resale value. Acknowledging that it's restricted, it's almost, not one for one, but similar to your discussion on cars tonight, recognizing that that term fair market value wasn't accurate in that space because someone could sell that car for that amount. It is the correct term in this case because no one could ever sell a home for the unencumbered
And that's
value.
why you call it market assessed value?
That's what the current market assessed value on the tax roll right now, not
Which is supposed to be
accounting-
close to the
Right,
fair
if there
market
were,
value.
If there were no restrictions on any of these
Right.
homes, that's typically what
got
they
you.
would sell for. But we have recorded restrictions on these homes, preventing those homes from ever selling for that amount in perpetuity to keep them affordable.
So the money that we gave the trust, is it doing what it needs to do?
Absolutely. It's given us the power to work behind the scenes and get it to a point where these homes could sell.
And you just want to make sure that the homeowners have tax relief, and we're considering the revenue reduction.
Can you put
for
that
these.
slide up, Matt? And we've been looking at this slide, but you have a slide in there that shows that difference
Right, and it's on a monthly basis. You don't have it as an annual basis.
there.
I can tell you the annual amount.
And then while she's figuring that out, I thought that the Progress Street house was supposed to be a multifamily unit.
No, it was never our intent.
Oh, really?
That might have been a discussion early on prior to acquisition with the town, but we acquired it for a single-family use.
The reduced real estate taxes would be $6,348 with these figures. And if you say that the income different or the value of the house, the difference is $100,000 for the remaining 85 units, for a year, it would be about $65,000.
I still agree that this is the right way to go. One last question, because I can't remember the details. Who maintains or replaces the HVAC system, the appliances, any of the maintenance? on
That
the
is
houses?
all the buyer's responsibility.
Yeah. So I know sometimes the CHP or Habitat would help those buyers be putting X amount of dollars away in a savings account on a monthly basis so that when something breaks down, do you guys do that?
We do. We work with the customers' pre-purchase counseling to talk about that, but part of creating the land trust and part of the dollars the county and town are using to support the operations is ongoing stewardship post-purchase to make sure that those customers or those home buyers continue to have a support, hopefully such that they don't have to come ever to us and ask for that financial support. That's not a role that we're trying to play. We're trying to support them and making sure that they're prepared for those types of expenses. There is a piece of the funding that the county and town have provided that go into a repair reserve that it's a restricted cash account on the balance sheet of the New River Home Trust in case of a catastrophic event that a home buyer could not support. And at that time, we would make a decision if we would make a low interest loan to them, but that is like the last resort fund, and that's funded by those dollars.
So my last question is, I think we're using terminology a little bit wrong, but I'm not sure. Is this a land trust or a home trust?
So the IRS regulation is it's a community land trust.
Gotcha.
We chose to on its doing business as, call it home trust, to try to differentiate from the New River Land
Right,
Trust that
right.
exists, that puts conservation easements on undeveloped land.
Right.
And we talked with John Eustace as we went through the naming to make sure he was okay, and he liked the idea that designated as the home trust, but per all the guidance
Code
written
and
in
stuff,
code,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
called a community land
Thank you.
trust. Yep.
Thank you. Keep up your great work.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to clarify one more time because there are a ton of numbers. It took me a little while too. What the concern is this evening is on these 5 houses, because of the difference between the affordability value and the tax value, we're looking at a difference of about $6,400 a year. I think Angie calculated that. I did too. 3/4 of that would be county, 1/4 of that would probably be the town, just based on tax rates. But that's the concern that has arisen, is how to cover that gap.
Well, and to clarify, on these 5, we've brought enough outside capital to create the unit sale price. We're not asking the county to gap that. That's been brought by other sources. What we're saying is, but the taxes aren't being assessed at that lower price that we have created.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to make sure everybody understood, is we're not talking about difference in market value and affordability values in terms of somebody needing to cover that. That's been handled.
Correct.
The issue is the taxes that homeowner will pay versus the affordability of the taxes that homeowner would pay.
Correct.
So I just one more question before it passes. Do we have to like change some kind of code or some kind of, our real estate tax stays the same?
It would be an assessment category, right, Marty?
A new assessment category. Okay.
Yeah, we can talk about that a little bit later, but yeah, it's the code in 2018 was a change to allow these types of community land trusts to be assessed at in essence, a lower level because of the restrictions on the price of resale. So,
Vice Chair Biggs?
I mean, I understand it just from the aspect of what you're asking someone to put out monthly in their monthly payment. And, we're asking folks that aren't making a lot of income. First, they're making a big investment. And I really support the idea of making our assessment based on what the house, what they paid for the house. That makes sense to me. I think it's something we didn't think about when we first got all this going, something that we weren't probably had our radar out for. But I think we're all committed to having something in the county, and the 2 towns are part of the county, to succeed and to address the needs of folks that are teachers or police officers or whatever they may be. So I see it as something that, we sort of have to have a little flexibility and maybe some readjustment about, but I support going ahead and doing that, and I want to keep the project moving forward. So I want to thank you for clarifying it, number one, and then it gives us, something that we can work on in the future as far as, as Marty said, like maybe a different, way to assess that. So thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here tonight. And again, I think this board does want affordable housing. We talk about it all the time. The concern I have is that these numbers are not affordable. I mean, I know you're saying, when I'm looking at the tax value, and I see what you're asking is that we want to do a assessed or an exemption for the tax and only do it on the house part to make it affordable, correct? Is that?
I think we're asking to assess the properties at the value at which the buyers could resell them for. And so they can't sell the land. They're reselling the structure. The land is an asset of the New River Home Trust. And so we're asking to reduce the tax assessment to the price at which they could resell.
And is it still, if it wasn't reassessed and they had to pay the taxes on that, then it would not be affordable for them to purchase the house.
It makes it less affordable.
Less
I wouldn't say unaffordable, but it would make it less affordable, certainly. And then it would, I think, call into question, are we taxing at the fair market value, which is what some homeowners feel like that. I mean, I think all homeowners feel like that. I should only pay taxes on what I could actually sell this asset for. So I have now bought an asset that is encumbered, yet I'm paying taxes for a value that's much higher. So I think that would be the clearest way of asking it.
But the only way you could afford that would be in the trade-off is that you're only paying for the house and not the land, correct?
I think you could.
Someone could not buy a house without purchasing the land as well.
In a typical
Unless it
fee
was-
simple transaction, correct?
Correct. So the only way they could afford it anyway is that they're not purchasing the land. But then I see the argument as I could never resell it for that amount because I would never gain what it's valued at. But they would have never been able to purchase the house.
I see. So it's a good point. That value, and we'll use the big one, 522, includes the land and the house.
Right.
You could take the land assessed value out. The house, the structure is still, improvements are assessed higher than 260.
It's about 310,000, if memory serves me correct.
Which is more than my house value. So that means, so when I'm looking at these, this really is concerning when I see values of 522 when affordable, because that wasn't my idea or conception going into this, that would be affordable. Is there, because particularly this one house on Progress Street is so much more than the average of the other four, is there a way just to remove that house from that and then it wouldn't be an ask? I mean, what decision and I get it, the land is very valuable, where the location. What was the consideration when you all went to look at this house? If it was so much more value, why wouldn't we just go and look, say that's not going to be a good fit because it's going to be sky high?
So the way we looked at that, so the program that this house started in, and 709 Montgomery as well, was a Bennett Hill Neighborhood Revitalization Program. And the intent of that program was the neighborhood there is about 80% rental. It's right next to downtown, right where Harding Ave is. So if you're looking at Harding Ave, like behind this elementary school, just towards downtown and behind the elementary school, that is the neighborhood. There's about 200 homes in that neighborhood. Neighbors were basically raising concerns of we're losing our neighborhood, so we wanted to invest in homeowner anchors in the neighborhood. So we targeted specific houses working with the neighborhood that were historically problem properties, areas of huge concern. 709 Montgomery was one of those. 302 Progress was another one of those. In terms of targeting homes that were ripe for a lot of students in a small area that were disruptive to a normal neighborhood experience, i.e. noise, debris, lots of cars. So that's why that house was targeted. And the house, when Community Housing Partners bought it, was extremely dilapidated, and the taxes were way lower because if you look at the top two pictures, that's the outside and one of the inside rooms, it was uninhabitable at the time. And it was made, because it was historic, the town wanted to work to bring it back to life. The house was built in 1921. So that was important from just a historic preservation. And that is not a cheap endeavor. The economic, and we had this conversation as a town, the economic decision would have been just scrape it and build new. It would have been cheaper. But that was only part of the goal. And that conversation happened before the land trust was real as well. And that's why this one is the anomaly. We would never, under normal circumstances, find enough outside funding to do this home. with the community land trust through the New River Home Trust now. This is a residual home from one of Blacksburg's programs. And the other homes, the Progress Street home, they were from old programs that had restrictions. And the goal is to take those homes from that have restrictions for 99 years or whatever, and as they sell, transfer them to the community land trust to be permanently affordable. So we, community housing partners, don't have to put subsidy in it again to buy down the cost so home buyers in our county can afford those income bands. So we want to invest once and be done, and then those homeowners choose to pay it forward by having their value restricted, and they're committing to, I can only get a certain amount of market appreciation, and I'm okay with that because the reality is I never be able to afford a home otherwise. So that's kind of the balancing act that we're striking with all of this, and how it kind of pays it forward for future households, that we, the collective, we don't have to get additional subsidy from the state, from the federal government, from anywhere. It's locked into the program, and that's why we gravitated towards that model. As we were seeing our prices escalate and escalate and escalate in the county, the funding sources are less and less. It's how do we better utilize our resources to get homes that are permanently affordable and kind of just build that portfolio in our community that we can then market in the future. Some of the oldest land trusts have thousands of units in their community. That is now, it's a real thing where home buyers gravitate, and when they're in that band, and it's basically, as we've talked about before, we have rental, we have market, and there's too much of a gap to get from rental to market. So this is kind of that stepping stone. And the average community land trust homeowner moves out in 7.5, 8 years, if you look across the country in the 300+ land trusts. So it's not that some stay, but 70% of them move on to the market, which is amazing. They build equity and they're able to take that next step. And that's what we're trying to do, is provide that for our community, in that gap that they'll never be able to get there if we don't help them. And they're a critical part of our workforce that we want here in our community, not commuting out from elsewhere. That creates a lot of other issues. And not everyone wants to live here, completely get that, but for those that do, we want to try and create that opportunity. And the important thing is for us, as we talked about last year, is we have to scale it up, and that was the point of that slide, is 5 units doesn't do anything. 90 starts to make an impact, and then it's to keep building on that. And that's where community housing partners comes in for the large subsidy to buy down the cost of the physical home by $100,000, $150,000, and that's what they do. This is just the tax piece of what we just discussed.
How does that, as interest rates, let's hope that they don't keep going up, but as interest rates go up, and I know if we go back to as your interest rates go up or possibly go up, will that still make these unaffordable?
So there's a couple different push-pull levers. So if interest rates go up, the initial sales price based on affordability will go down. If the taxes, so for example, the tax piece, if they had to account for the taxes and not any kind of, if they were assessed as they are now, the sales price would go down, and we'd have to find subsidy into the physical structure to buy down the cost so they could afford that additional piece of the mortgage payment. If interest rates go down, the initial sales price goes up. So it's a market piece. Our hope over the next few years is interest rates will kind of settle down to 5 to 6%. We don't know. That's what a lot of folks are looking at. There's potential to bring mortgage lenders below market rate financing. That's something that will be looked at kind of large scale as well. So you get the interest rate down, the sales price can go up, so that the tax differential is less. But a lot of it is market dependent, and we don't have a crystal ball. If this was 3%, those sales prices would be much higher, significantly higher, like $50,000 plus higher, even on small homes.
Yeah, I think for interest rates, we're impacted like any developer on pricing. I mean, if interest rates are up, the buyer's power goes down. And so what we'd have to do is make our best assessment on delivering that. And if interest rates are volatile, and let's say they go up, the only way we can make it work is push the price down, which requires us as a developer to gather more capital somewhere, or do less units. there's that pressure on any developer of what is the buyer's power. And so you want as much power as possible supporting principal and interest, so really principal. And so interest takes away from that buying power, fees take away from that buying power, HOAs take away from that buying power, and taxes. All of those serve a function that the homeowner enjoys, but anytime those costs go up, the principal that they can support, the real purchase price goes down. And so we very closely manage that with our expectations around how many units can we deliver. Matt said we're hopeful interest rates go down. I don't know if they will, and I don't plan for them to. I think we plan for what they are now and possibly higher to mitigate our risk when we're planning.
So again, just like you explained, a give and take. So if the interest rates go up, that means the sale of the price affordability goes down.
Correct.
And so if your tax rates go up,
or stay constant at what they are, the price has to come down.
price has to come down. The tax rates went up.
Or you can't serve 60% AMIs. You could push the incomes up. That's the base function of an affordability. But if you're trying to serve that band of 60 to 80, if you leave taxes the same and the price the same and the interest rates are the same, all of a sudden you've closed that window. 60 to 70 probably can't afford it. And so your target becomes 70 to 80. You shrink the buyer pool, but you also can't serve some of our critical workforce.
So this is very complex because those are things that I'm not sure if this board completely understands how that will give and take to make that, to keep that affordability. And as you look, and as we look to the future to do more houses, will that be a huge consideration on the land, how much the cost of the land and maybe where placement? I know we want to do town, so you can have transportation and things of that nature, but obviously it's going to be more expensive to build these places in a town. And we said towns, but it's only Blacksburg that's in this trust with us, Blacksburg and the county for that. This is very challenging because I don't consider these affordable. And so I would be willing to do maybe even a more extended work session so I understand all of the complex, these things that we might not have considered. I don't think any of us were thinking we were going to have an affordable house that would be assessed at with the taxes over $5,000, $500,000 for that. And then are we, for what we are already contributing, is that, Ms. Hill, can you remind us what we are already contributing?
Marty's helping me. It's $8,500 a unit a year, I believe. Right now, it changes because, as Jake spoke about and Matt, as we scale up, there's a certain limit that the number of units become more efficient to manage, I guess you should say. And when there's only 5, it's like more expensive per unit. But we have a formula that takes all that into account. So right now, included in the budget is $77,000 for the 5 units for the year.
Okay. Gentlemen, I thank you for your presentation. I think that this is a lot of information. These are things that, with these values that I had not considered, talking about affordable housing, which we do need. I would like to have some more time to ask some more questions and to see the big concept, long-term and short-term of this. If the board wishes to do maybe an extended work session that we could get some more.
I agree.
Is there a timeline on this or anything that you all have to have our board make a decision, or?
Like October or whenever the tax bills go out, or?
So, we would like to begin scaling as quick as possible. So, we aren't advertising this in full force just yet until this component is essentially figured out. We do have buyers that are under contract to purchase homes that are represented on this screen that either cannot purchase the home unless the tax assessments are reduced to what is the resale value, or are choosing not to. And it's preventing us from moving forward with the program. So I would ask for, as fast a consideration and decision that the board is comfortable with, but I would look to you all to determine how long that might take to get the details and more comfortable with the ask.
Has the town already done it? Have you presented this to the town, or?
So the town is comfortable with it, but it's the county tax assessor that will set the rate, and then the taxes will be based off the rate. So it's ultimately the county, and the town will just fall in line with what the county, much like the previous presentation with the elderly. That's historically, the town just falls in line with the county decision.
Marty,
It's the assessor, it's not the tax rate.
We're all saying the same thing at once. The towns use our assessed values, and it would turn into our tax assessed values, so it would be the same.
and Marty, can you explain what this board would have to do to address what they're?
Not at this time, but I will explain.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is they don't want to buy the houses because they got to pay full taxes on them.
Well, they don't want to pay taxes on a value they can never sell it for. They want to pay taxes on the value that they can sell it for, which is the restricted price.
Well, I would say probably your top 3 houses on there, the payments would probably be cheaper than rent at some places. Is that correct? That's what I'm saying. So they would rather pay higher rent than pay a payment on a house?
No, they want to pay what is fair based on the assessment of the value that they can sell their home.
Everybody else
Regardless
does.
of what rent is, it's on the value of the home.
Everybody else does too. Thank
But
you.
I think the point would be that everyone else is paying what the taxes on the price that they could actually sell the home for. Except for these folks, they would be paying tax assessed values on value they could never recover in a transaction of a sale.
But they would build equity. The taxpayer's already given $8,500 a year. Is that correct? On each unit?
Yes.
Not on these units, on the operations of managing the trust
Right.
that holds these properties.
But what I'm saying though, instead of paying rent, they could buy one of these homes and build up equity for a few years, and then they can go out and buy a house away from this group.
But the equity would be restricted to the growth of the AMI.
Right.
The equity is not a market factor. It's a formulaic factor
But
based
they're
on.
still gonna grow equity.
That's right, and that's why there's going to be a huge market for these if we actually design it properly.
Right.
To be affordable for people. And in order for it to be affordable for people in the 60 to 80%, the real estate taxes have to be lower.
But where do we get the money to give them to build these houses? From taxpayers.
No, he's coming up with all this money themselves.
Yeah, the development capital to produce these units is not being provided by the county. The town of
What
Blacksburg
I'm
is
talking about
providing
is what
some
we provide for you,
The amount we
$8,500 a year.
for the management of the trust to steward the properties, not to build the properties. The building
This
of
is
the
just to
properties.
hire somebody to look after it?
Well, it's a staff that manages the properties, the turnover, the sale, the working to set up a nonprofit, the administrative costs, the lawyers involved. That is what, I mean, we went through this, I think, last summer extensively of what that fee was paying for. That money does not go to development capital of properties. The development capital is coming from developers. Community Housing Partners is one. We raise it from state and federal sources. Habitat does the same. And then a for-profit builder is working on Glade Springs Crossing, and they're providing developer capital to create the units But there has to be an entity to hold the units and manage the asset, because the land is not being held in fee simple by the homeowner.
Thank you.
Any other follow-up questions?
How quickly can we have more follow-up to be able to move this along? And also, can we have the presentation emailed to us?
I have the presentation. I can send it to you.
Thank you.
I'd also like to see the numbers as the 50 to 90 units come on, so that we have a sense of what that is from year to year to year, through 2030, for
For
example.
the real estate tax piece of it?
Yeah.
I don't think we'll know that until we know what the tax assessment, we can do some
We can do
hypotheticals,
some
but
projections.
We could certainly project
To
that out.
see, okay, we're talking about
it's about
6,800 right
70,000
now.
It's about $70,000 a year. If they average out like these typical houses.
Oh, the
not
70,000 is for all 95,
Yes.
90, whatever.
90.
That's taxes.
Correct.
That's the difference in taxes that we're talking about on an annualized basis, once all those 90 units are on,
At 70
Are
cent
sold.
tax rate. That's correct. At a 70-cent tax rate.
yep. And then, so that's one number, and then the other number is we're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars because 90 units times, let's say 6,000. I don't know what the large volume is, but
I think when it is 100 units, it'll cost $249,632.
without counting the 70,000.
That's correct.
Okay.
This would be the direct payment
Yeah.
to run the trust.
Run the
That's
trust,
right.
yeah.
Gentlemen, and we're talking for this exemption just for these 5 units.
Well, we would be asking to adopt a policy that would tax any home trust property in the future at its restricted value, so that those homeowners are being taxed at the value that they can gain at sale. So these first 5 are real and now, but it's our intent not to have every homeowner that purchases one of these have to come appeal, if they wanted to, through an appeals process, whether it's granted or not, and go through the process of asking to be taxed at the fair assessed value, or at the fair value of their property, versus a fictitious market value that they could never enjoy. So that's what the ask is, to adopt a policy. I might be using the wrong terms, Marty, you can clean this up for me, but we would like to see that any property be addressed in the same manner in the future.
So there could be a possibility that another property could come in at $500,000.
That would not be the intent of our organization to develop that property. I would say that that seems very high right now. I expect values to continue to appreciate, construction costs to continue to rise. So there could be very well in the near future that average typical development costs are $500,000. It's slightly out of line at this moment for the reasons Matt spoke to. The more typical for at least our organization as we approach Strubles Ridge, the sales prices and the values will be in the 350 range. That's just as tight as we can build a house that can support the needs of the community.
Can I ask a question about the house on Progress Street? 4 years ago, it was probably assessed at some really low value, right? So we weren't getting very many tax revenue from the property at that time. So we were never expecting to get, the additional $200 a month in revenue. It's just because you guys had your program that improved the property and found enough money to keep the cost down for the buyer.
Correct. So
I think it's a blessing, because it actually is a beautiful house, and I think the family, if it's not like a 5-person family, if it's only a 3-person family, they have an office too, right? So, but it's completely understandable that you know, we were never expecting this amount of revenue from this piece of property anyway. So I think moving forward with, you know, trying to do a service to our residents and providing hand up, not a handout, is really the right thing to do for our county.
Gentlemen, do you, you might not be able to answer this. Why was this not part of the original presentation and factored in?
It was what I referenced earlier, that the values were fairly close to what the assessed values were back then, before the new assessment and construction cost rises. So it was very close, and it was a nominal difference. So it wasn't worth trying to figure out a policy to address it for a few dollars a month. But now we're seeing the rises, and it's starting to impact homeowners being able to afford homes and close on homes, as Jake mentioned. So now it was something that we needed to discuss. And from a policy perspective, as Jake said, it makes more sense to have a policy dealing with the New River Home Trust versus doing the one-off thing. And that's a conversation with this board that we felt was important to have.
Supervisor King.
One more question. This house is on Progress Street, $522,000. Is there any way you could just sell that one in open market? And that way you could build 2 more of the lower homes?
So no, because there's dollars in there that restrict the sales price of it, federal dollars. The capital to fix the house that Jake mentioned that they bring to the table restricts who you can sell it to from an income perspective. So someone that could purchase that would make way too much money and wouldn't qualify. So it's restricted.
All right, thank you.
Board, can we look at, is that something we need to do now, try to figure out how quickly since?
I think we could follow up with Craig and Angie to figure out when makes sense on your schedule, if that's okay.
That's
with
what
the
I was
board.
going to suggest as well, is let us have an opportunity to talk about timing, and I know Marty's going to have some information as well, so.
Gentlemen, thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
To have a motion to come out of
Thanks,
work
Matt.
session?
Motion?
Second.
And a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Okay, give me 1 second, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Fitchukowski?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
6 ayes.
All right, items of consent. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Mr. Fitchukowski?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
6 ayes.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break, or do we need 10?
None. None. Can we just finish?
No.
5-minute break.
Okay, 5.
3
5-minute
hours.
break. Right, guys. Everybody ready? All right, on to new business. Special use permit, Primo Con, DBA Waco Contractor Service Establishment.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Fitchukowski?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Next up, Montgomery County Public Schools Operating Fund FY23 carryover for designated expense and excess revenue.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I see that we have Ms. Whitaker. Thank you for staying so late. I do have a question you might be able to answer. Wait a minute, make sure. Good morning. Let me make sure. Are these under separate or is this all together? I'm looking at the right thing for these.
They're separate.
Oh, they are separate. Okay, so I might have got you at the.
Sorry, I couldn't see.
Hold on here, let me find that to be here. Okay, so my question, and this is correct, this is for the $600,000 for the Medicaid?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, ma'am.
And again, thank you ladies for staying. It's a long night. So
We learned a
appreciate-
lot.
I appreciate that. So my question is, this $600,000 for the Medicaid, that's a reimbursement?
Yes, ma'am. Those are reimbursements.
And is that typically the amount or similar amount that we have each year?
Let me ask Ms. Miana.
So it's actually a combination. It's some that they didn't spend that was appropriated during the year, and then it's also reimbursements that they received at the end of the year. And actually, this is slightly lower than it has been in the past. I think last year it was close to 900,000.
Okay, so just a question, have we ever thought, since it's reimbursement and it's kind of a ongoing operational thing that you'll have it every year, why can't that be included in the operating budget instead of having to?
Oh, it's Medicaid funds.
So it partly is included in the budget, but they have a hard time spending it again every year. So it just has been recurring over the last 4 or 5 years. We can absolutely increase their appropriation for that. If Medicaid ever went away, we would just have to adjust, yeah.
That's my question. I had looked at, and it looked like it was a reoccurring cost every year. So I just had just a question on if we could just, why is it in part of the budget instead of having to be a special appropriation every time?
So part of the reason too is the reimbursements have changed. We don't ever really know what we're gonna get, and during COVID they were slightly higher. So I would probably wait for it to level back out again before anticipating how much additional revenue we'd have.
Yes, ma'am. That makes sense. Thank you. Anyone else have a? Thank you, lady. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Fizikowski.
I was curious about this endowment donation. Why would that be a carryover? Isn't that something separate then?
So that's what we're doing here, is putting it into its own account, but that money, sorry.
When we got the funds initially, we should have put them in a separate fund, but they weren't treated that way, so we're cleaning that up.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if you want to stay.
Sure.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Fitchukowski?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
6 ayes.
All right, so the next thing is the operating fund FY23 carryover for designated expense and excess revenue to school health insurance fund.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, you'll please call the roll.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Fitchukowski?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
6 ayes.
All right, the next thing, Montgomery County Public Schools Operating Fund FY23 carryover for designated expense and excess revenue to the endowment fund. And again, I think that just answered your question.
Yeah.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Chakowski?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
6 ayes.
And then Montgomery County Public Schools FY23 year-end encumbrance carryover.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just like to ask a question, and I was trying to figure up all these things, and with the school's budget from last year, this is about $2 million left over out of that budget, all this together. Is that correct?
Which part? I'm sorry.
All of it added together. Is that what we figured up this evening?
2.9 million dollars.
And that was left over out of last year's budget, correct?
That is correct. That's before the purchase orders, right? That is from your year-end carryover. If you look at the letter that you gave us.
3.2?
No, the cumulative 2,853,000.
She's talking about the supplemental appropriation. Is that what you're talking about, the supplemental appropriation?
Supervisor King, you mentioned the appropriations you just voted on, right?
Oh, well, I was just figuring all this all together except for the salary money. That included a little over $2 million left over out of last year's budget.
That's right, yes. And then we also have the purchase orders, which are in addition to that. So
Right.
it's about 2 million for the other items that were left in the operating budget, and then they have purchase orders as well.
So we had enough money to do what schools need to do, and they had a little over $2 million left over. Right?
Right.
So our true carryover is roughly the $997,000, which was what we had requested to be carried over into the self-insurance fund. All of the other funds are designated essentially for other purposes that we wouldn't have been able to spend for other things.
Right. Okay.
And if you'll remember, when we did our budget last year, we had planned to put that extra carryover into our health insurance fund, had been a part of what our budget plan for this year was.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Mr. Chakowski?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
6 ayes.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
All right. Resolution for recognition, Town of Christiansburg Chief of Police Mark Sisson.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
When are we giving this to him?
We are going to try to give it to him on Wednesday. Wednesday from 3 to 6, they're having a retirement open house.
I believe at Christiansburg Aquatic Center.
Can anyone come by?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Chakowski?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
6 ayes.
County Attorney.
Yeah, I apologize. I actually have a report tonight. On Thursday, I sent you a revised fee-for-service ordinance, and I just wanted to go over that real quick and just see if you had any questions, and if not, maybe you could authorize the staff re-advertising this and setting a new public hearing, which would be the end of September. And if you look at the ordinance, the substantive change is that the billing is going to be based on county residents and non-county residents. And the reason that we need to set it up that way is because the way the federal law works is that if the county can, when you're operating a local government-run ambulance emergency service that we're doing, it's just emergency, not transport. It's got to be emergency. You can waive billing any money left over to county residents or to county residents that are not insured. You can waive sending them a bill based on the fact that those individuals or people that they may live with provide taxes to the county in some way, either real estate, sales, personal property. They live in the county, they spend money in the county. The county gets a benefit from them. And so you're allowed to, under federal rules, you have like what's called this safe harbor where you can exempt them and not have to worry about violating any particular federal regulations or rules pertaining to not sending out bills. And so we can bill the insurance company for these people, and then if there's any money left over after the insurance pays, we don't have to send them a bill. Now, the same rule doesn't apply for non-residents because they don't pay taxes here. And we do have a fair amount of non-residents driving through the county on 81, 460, or even Route 11. And so if they're involved, we will have to send them a bill. And so that's basically the change in the language.
But they don't have to pay it, right?
Well, I'm not going to say that, no.
Okay.
But we do have compassionate billing.
Does that include, folks that would be coming in for events? I'm thinking about Virginia Tech, with the football game coming in.
Non-residents, yeah.
Yeah.
They have to be a resident, this has to be your primary residence, the intent of your primary residence.
So this county has an influx of people driving to work, and then they return home out. So it
Correct.
affects those people too.
Correct.
That might be in the New River Valley.
Yeah, they could live in Pulaski working at Tech, getting an accident in the county. Our EMS people have to emergency transport to the hospital. They're going to get a bill.
And would it affect
We're going to bill their insurance company, but if there's leftover, we have to send them a bill.
and students that live off campus that aren't registered voters?
Well, registered voters is just one way of proving residence. It's not the only way.
Okay.
Like, you don't have to register to be a resident.
They would likely have a mailing address here.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and a lot of, at least from kids in Northern Virginia, maybe in Tidewater too, a lot of their cars end up getting registered here because it's a better business decision for the parents. And so in those situations, and those kids are voting here maybe, and they're trying to get in-state tuition, whatever it is. If they can prove residency, then, yeah, they would not get a bill.
Gotcha.
That's more vague than I would like. Can the definition be cleared up? I'm thinking of students that are living in the dorms, they're living here 9 months a year. Students that are living in apartments, they're living here at a minimum 9 months a year.
It's not, you can't really do that because residence is intent of the person. Does that make sense?
So
Like you could have 3 homes. You could have a home in Montgomery County, you could have a home down at the beach, home in the mountains. It's the one that's your intent. Where's your primary residence? It's where you intend it to be. And so if you pick it here or if you pick it the mountains, whatever you do, whichever one you pick is the one that it is.
So at the time of service,
Correct.
if they gave their address as their mom and dad's address,
They're going to get a bill if there's money left over, if there's amount left over after their insurance. We're still going to bill the insurance company.
And that's what I want to make sure we're clear too, is they're not going to get a bill for the full ride. The bill will be sent to their insurance.
If they're not insured, they would get a bill for the full ride.
True.
so a mistake at the time of receiving services could cost them hundreds or thousands of dollars,
I'm not sure what it costs.
It's a helicopter
even though they
ride.
live here for the majority of the year. They buy their food here,
They have to be a resident. If by living here they consider themselves a resident, then they would be okay.
I think when we if that circumstance arose and a student who lived here 9 months a year, obviously they intend to live here as they're a student. If they answered the question incorrectly at the time of service or soon after, and we can put some wording on the bill to make sure that it's clear how we're going to evaluate that and indicate that you're a full-time student for 9 months of the year and live in Blacksburg
You
or
should-
Montgomery
you should
County,
claim that
you
as your
should
ad-
claim as a resident.
Yeah, because you've got them living in Blacksburg, Christiansburg.
Right.
in
The-
the
Radford,
Right.
yeah,
Well,
Ryder, they're all over.
I think a kid in the dorm as a freshman is not going to be a resident.
Yeah, I'm talking about the
I think a kid who's in
20,000
his second or third year on a 12-month lease might be a resident,
I think they're definitely a resident.
maybe. Seriously, what happens if they're still, let's say they're from Fairfax County, they're still voting in Fairfax County because they want to, but that's still their intended residence, then they're not a resident. If they're down here trying to change their license to show that this is their address, a lot of them do that. They start voting here, or or their cars is registered here, then I think they're a resident.
And am I to understand you said that was a federal requirement? that
Federal
we-
rules, yep.
Federal rule.
Laws, yeah.
But we can help them. We're not going to double check their residency,
Well, and we still have compassionate billing.
but we're not going to be double checking residency.
I don't know how we could do that exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
So having the additional information about if you're a student and
I
you're
mean,
here 9 months.
if they have
They
a,
can
if
answer
they have a
however they
driver's
want.
license that says they live on Progress Street, then I think we're going to treat them as a resident, be my guess.
We're not going to ask for the driver's license.
Well, we ask for information where they,
When they're
for
transported.
billing, yeah.
I don't believe that we ask for the
That's correct.
information at the time of transport because they might not be able to provide that. It's after the transport.
Yeah,
We
there's
get
a
some.
time.
We get some information from the hospital
Okay.
about address and that kind of thing, and then there's a period of time. But obviously, if they're on their parents' health insurance, that's probably going to be the address that the first correspondence is sent to.
I think it's interesting how sometimes we consider students residents and sometimes we don't.
Well,
In the
and-
census, we want to consider them as residents, but for this, maybe we don't, I don't.
Well, the only-
And I say that because District G is probably 50+% students. So, I'm just thinking of, if they're paying rent, they're paying $12,000 plus or minus a year to live in an apartment, and we wouldn't consider them a resident if their health insurance is with their parents and their
Well, no-
parents live in Fairfax.
I don't think that's,
I
I
didn't
don't
mean
think
to
that's
imply
an
that.
indicator. No, but I think those kids most likely are insured by their parents.
Yeah.
But that still doesn't mean they're a resident in Fairfax County. There's other things.
I think our paperwork should probably be very clear about if you're a full-time student
Yeah.
in Blacksburg, and they're housed here. A lot of them stay here year-round, and they might still, 19, 20 years old in a bad car accident in a moment where, they're in crisis. They might list mom and dad. They probably would. And I'd hate
Or
to
they
think
might
that
not. Don't tell my
depending
dad.
on the circumstances. But no, I would hate to think that in a situation like that, somebody that we value as a member of our community most of the time is not eligible for compassionate billing.
I didn't
because-
say they're not eligible they are eligible for compassionate billing. They just have to get a bill.
Yeah.
It would be great to make sure that the descriptions, it all makes sense, but also that you're kind of speaking to the parents with the insurance too, to make sure they understand that it's to their advantage for their student.
Right.
Right, thank you. That's great.
I think you did a great job, Marty. I like all the language and especially the compassionate billing.
To the extent permitted by law.
Yes, I think I read that at least 3 times. So, excellent job.
I was going to say, do we know if the town of Christiansburg that's currently doing this is similar to there, or is it?
I don't think they are billing their own citizens. I don't.
Yes, they do bill their citizens. It's what we were told recently.
But I heard today they weren't. But I don't know. We'll confirm that.
It might depend on who you ask, so
Yeah.
we'll ask again to make sure we get the right answer. We did ask a staff member a week or two ago. We're told that
They do send
everyone
bills.
got a bill, but maybe Marty learned something new today.
Yeah, I don't know. But when I am dealing with my own kids, I always say, to the extent permitted by law, what I'm telling you.
Options.
Right.
Thank you, Marty, for looking into this. I appreciate it.
I think it'll work out.
Yeah, it'll be
I
all
think
right.
the residents thing will work out.
Any other comments? All right, Mr. Meadows.
Well, I had a lengthy report, but I'm going to cut it down now because Marty. Couple of things. VACO County Official Summit back on the 17th. Mary and Sherry and I attended. That was a great day. Got to see a lot of county folks. Also had the opportunity to participate in the Dialogue on Race program this past Saturday out at the Christiansburg Huckleberry Park. Great event, very well attended, and it's a wonderful park if you haven't seen it. They're having a ribbon cutting, I believe, September the 8th for that. Want to remind everyone of the broadband kickoff event at Meadowbrook Library. That'll be next Wednesday, not this Wednesday, next Wednesday, September the 6th at 11 a.m. And then last but not least, I hope everyone has a safe and enjoyable Labor Day weekend this weekend. That's all I have. Angie, do you have anything you want to add?
I would just like to add that we are going to start deputy county administrator interviews this week, starting tomorrow. So hopefully that will all go well.
Thank you.
Very good. All right. Supervisor Fidzikowski.
Yeah, a couple things to add to the broadband. I see progress every day. It's pretty good. After waiting so long and not seeing anything, now I see it every day. So that's good. That's good news. I'm not going to get into the details, but I learned at the recent TPO meeting in Roanoke last week that VDOT is getting ready to change the rules for smart scale. They haven't done it, but they're looking into doing it a different way. So that'll be exciting for our MPO and our county administration to figure all that out. So just a heads up.
Supervisor King.
Don't have no report, but I appreciate the staff working on everything they do every day.
Supervisor DeMotts.
No report.
Supervisor Bone.
No report.
Vice Chair Biggs.
Well, I had a 2-page report, but I'll make it short. Okay, I wanted to go back to the VACO Summit. It was an excellent summit. And what was really interesting was to see former General Assembly members and current members actually from both parties in a nonpartisan exchange of ideas and how they work together. It was it was refreshing. Steering Committee on Education, the focus was on the JLARC study. We had a presentation, and of course, that's what I've been sort of harping on up here. It concerns Virginia's K through 12 funding formula. And the offer has been made that they will come out and give this presentation to groups. And I was thinking, I think it's an invaluable presentation, but if we were interested, and I don't know if the school board has had a presentation or any other interested entities, but I think it would be well worth to ask the people from Richmond to come out here and tell us about it. Because it's a very important study, and in order to achieve what is in that study, it would take dedication of leadership in Richmond, and it would have to occur over time because there is a cost associated with it. And I just wanted to read you the two things that were standouts from the study, that the SOQ formula should provide an accurate account of funding needs and should be used to guide but not determine budget decisions. And most states use a student-based K through 12 funding formula, which is much simpler than our complex formula based on staffing. So to change all that is very costly, but it's probably something that needs to be done. So what I did was I brought a copy of the presentation so that we could get copies for each board member. I don't know if the school board would want a copy of it, but I thought maybe staff could bring it on Wednesday to us. And Todd, I went to the VACO board meeting as a member of the audience, and you're going to appreciate that Dean Lynch said that VACO is on top of everything, sent a letter to all candidates after the primaries from the General Assembly, from both the House of Delegates and the Senate, offering to meet or answer any questions and explain the value of VACO. So this is what each member was given. And so I brought a copy of that I thought staff could run along with the letter. I want it, because Todd, you're always talking about, hey, we need to get with these people and educate them. Well, VACO is doing that at this time, so I thought you would be interested in that. Dialogue on race. You would have been so proud of our county administrator. And what they did is they had, let's see, I'll actually tell you who they had. They had Justin Milburn and Toby Akers from the NRV 911 Regional Authority, Annie Whitaker from Montgomery County Public Schools, Randy Wingfield from the town of Christiansburg, Steve Ross from the town of Blacksburg, and of course Craig Meadows from Montgomery County. And they talked about local government. And all of the panelists did a great job. This breeze was coming through. It was really, it wasn't hot at all. It was beautiful. And so at the end, after the panelists did what they did, then we divide into groups, and each group of 10 came up with questions to ask the panelists. And you had engaged citizens at that meeting, didn't you think, Craig? Also, of special note, former police chief Anthony Wilson and almost retired police chief Mark Sisson were honored by that group because they have been involved with that group since the beginning. And our sheriff was there also. So that was short, as short as I could make it. So that's it. And Craig, I'll just pass this. Should I give it to Vicki or you to get copies for everybody? Okay. There you go.
Oh, you're going to make copies. Okay, very good. Okay. All right, just a reminder, we do have a joint school board meeting Wednesday, which is this Wednesday, 6:30 for dinner, and then the meeting starts at 7, and we're going to be over at their office for that. And then just wanted to do a shout out to the Montgomery Animal Care and Adoption Center on their free adoption day. That was a great turnout. Congratulations to the gentleman, Mike, that I met with his adoption of Rapunzel. And it was just a heartwarming event, and they did a great job. Thank you to all the volunteers that participated in that. And just again wanted to say congratulations to Chief Sisson, over 29 years in law enforcement, and he has been so great for our community, such an asset, and we're just very proud and thankful for his dedication and leadership over these years and the many things that we did a resolution tonight, his campaigns that he's initiated, and because of all of his efforts, Christiansburg is a certified crime prevention community. That is with all the efforts that they have done. And with that, we stand adjourned. All right. Close.
And that's